what we're going to do today is we're going to, well, right now, we're going to give you some words from Garvey. How many of us has ever heard Marcus Garvey before? You know, because it's very few that heard the actual Marcus Garvey. You know, how deep his accent was, his drive, his passion. You know, Marcus Garvey had a passion for you, for everybody, you know. And if we all went into Marcus Garvey's life, I think personally that we get a lot of things accomplished in terms of self-sufficiency. You know, so a lot of people here can't come because they got jobs, or jobs, as the Bible simply says. You know, you can't take off a job for Marcus Garvey, you know, and they, at the same time, they tell you free. You know, that's a contradiction in what freedom is supposed to be. You know, so we're going to play a little bit of Marcus Garvey, a little bit of Marcus Garvey's speeches. And I want y'all to enjoy and sit back and really meditate on Marcus Garvey's words, because after this, we should all be self-sufficient after we hear Marcus Garvey's words, because he laid it down. Hotel. Black love.
Black love.
Black power.
Black power.
Peace and love. Bible simple.
Peace and love.
There you go.
The black race is one of the branches of the human race. As a section of humanity, he occupies a position in the world at the present time most unfavorable and most uncomfortable. The black people are subjects of ostracism. It is sad that our humanity has shown us no more love, no greater sympathy than we are experiencing. Wheresoever you go throughout the world, the black man is discarded, is ostracized, is relegated to the lowest in things, social, political, and economical. This therefore suggests a problem and one that must be solved. We in this section of the world are not entirely free from this unkind, unsympathetic, and uncharitable behavior of the groups or races around us. But since man has been placed on his own responsibility, whether he be black, white, or yellow, he must act on his own account. We will not unduly whine or complain, but reason among ourselves and see what can be done to remedy this state of affairs. Life is a conflict. You have to fight your way through it, whether you will it or not. Those of us who are able to fight most stubbornly live, accomplish most, and to them go the laurels, the palms, and triumph of our civilization and world. We unfortunately have not been trained nor educated to the truths of life, paradoxically so. He has shown us no more love, no greater sympathy than we are experiencing. Wheresoever you go throughout the world, the black man is discarded, is ostracized, is relegated to the lowest in things, social, political, and economical. This therefore suggests a problem and one that must be solved. We in this section of the world are not entirely free from this unkind, unsympathetic, and uncharitable behavior of the groups or races around us. But since man has been placed on his own responsibility, whether he be black, white, or yellow, he must act on his own account. We will not unduly whine or complain, but reason among ourselves and see what can be done to remedy this state of affairs. Life is a conflict. You have to fight your way through it, whether you will it or not. Those of us who are able to fight most stubbornly live, accomplish most, and to them go the laurels, the palms, and triumph of our civilization and world. We unfortunately have not been trained nor educated to the truths of life, paradoxically so. May I say something to you to give you a true knowledge of yourself and life, so that the same glory and success attained by other men who understand themselves may be yours. Man in the full knowledge of himself is a superb and supreme creature of creation. When man becomes possessor of the knowledge of himself, he becomes master of his environment, the captain of his own ship, the director of his own destiny, the accomplisher of his own ends. Man should understand himself because man is full of knowledge, and this knowledge is a gift of nature. When Mother Nature created man, she deprived him of nothing. He was given the faculty of understanding all things around him. This faculty for understanding has not been taken away from him. None of his senses have been taken away from him. So there is no excuse for the black man in lacking the knowledge that man is used to beautify the world and produce all that he needs for his happiness and civilization. Look the world over, and whatever you see in it that is pleasing to man, contributing to man's comfort, to his needs and to his satisfaction, it is but the work of man. Man blessed with the knowledge of himself and the understanding of all things around him. If you are able to live with the knowledge of yourself and with the greater knowledge of nature, you must know what is good and what is not. You must know what is finite. You must know that which is material, physical, and otherwise is at your disposal to create or otherwise use. If we leave America and go over to the east to Japan, they will be telling their fellow citizens of Japan of the wonderful accomplishments of the Japanese people, proving that man is moving onward as time moves on. But you have hated yourselves as you have done in previous years. You have shown malice, prejudice, and hate to each other. And the result is that while other races have made progress, while India has made progress towards nationalism, while Ireland has made progress towards republicanism, while the whole world has made progress in man's accomplishments, you still stand fighting yourselves, dishonoring yourselves, showing no disposition toward that higher life so that you will be abundantly blessed. So reflect and think that you were created for some purpose other than exhibiting malice toward your neighbor or fellow men of your own race. What a pity it is that we cannot stand united without a written law. There is no written law compelling other races to stand together. They are brought together by the gentle touch of nature. The unwritten law of nature causes them to stand together on all occasions. So wheresoever you find them in the field, that one gentle touch of nature causes them to stand together, if need be, die together. But with the black man, you can preach to him from the pulpits. You lecture from the platforms, from the byways and the hedges. The spirit of cooperation, but he will not cooperate. You talk to him gently, you try talking harshly to him, he still will not cooperate. The result is that he falls prey to those who understand themselves and walk through the world making you their serfs and slaves. You must acquire an understanding of yourselves. Look around you. See the smiling pictures of nature, the beautiful hedges, the wonderful mountains, the wonderful vegetation all around. But because of your disposition to each other, you live in suffering, in want, in penury, and in debt. You lack the gentle touch of nature, love for each other. You hate yourselves. Black men, and what is wrong with you? Why have you no affection for yourselves? Could I hope to see you living among yourselves as the people I've spoken of? Living in charity, love, and in sympathy with each other? It can be done. I wonder if you will adapt that course. Isn't it easier to enjoy prosperity than to live in ignorance and darkness? Why select the worst out of nature? Nature never gave pain, suffering, and death to the world. It was man himself who selected death, pain, and sorrow. I wonder if I cannot inspire you to select between good and evil. Let me impress upon you once again that whatsoever your hardships may be, whatsoever your difficulties in life, they are your own selection. And so if you encourage them, if you husband them and take them to your bosom, they will abide with you. Nature will not take them away from you as Mother Nature did not give them to you. She is not responsible for your sorrows. Mother Nature represents all that is beautiful. She gave you the highest personality in the realm divine. Your sorrows are your own. If you want joy, if you want sunshine, it is before you abundantly in nature. I made a selection of sunshine.
We usually show the youth how we ask permission for the elders to continue on our conversation. So I'm going to take this time and ask an elder. I don't want to play the who's younger game. So I'm going to just say, who's permission from the elders to speak?
You have permission.
Thank you. Well, what we're going to do right now is we have the privilege to have a master amongst us. You know, one who just doesn't believe, but one who knows, you know, because it's different from believing and knowing. In fact, that's what they give us, is a belief. It's called a belief system, you know, that's intertwined with make-believe. You know, I can make you believe anything. But we have somebody amongst us who knows. And I want to bring Amara up here to help us do the libation. Amara. There we go. Got some high quality H2O right here.
Is it clean?
Hotep. Black power.
Black power.
Africa is the greatest piece of real estate known to mankind.
Ashe.
Africa is the greatest piece of real estate. We are African people. Is that true?
Ashe.
That's true.
Ashe.
According to the papyrus of Unefer, Africans said that we came from the mountain of the moon where Hapi dwells. It's at the beginning of the Nile, the longest river in the world. It's over 4,000 miles long. Imagine putting hydroelectric power plants on the Nile. It will light up the whole world.
Wow.
We came from the mountain of the moon where Hapi dwells, in the Great Lakes region. So how close are we to African people being close to the Great Lakes region? Is that phenomena? Is it a coincidence?
Ashe.
So here we are, along the greatest water system in the United States, Niagara Falls, and it's called a part of the Great Lakes region. So we're on the same stage as African people, right near the water source. And how important is water? Our body is composed of 75% of water.
Yes.
Water helps us to generate thought, because we are electrical magnetic beings. Never heard that before, huh? Our thought is generated by electricity, by the way of our chemistry. We're phenomenal people if we use our imagination, if we use the full capacity of our thinking. And one of those ideas that I want to leave you with is to practice memory, because we forgot yesterday. Do you remember when you got up yesterday? What was the first thought that you had in your mind? You forgot. Because we live in a land of forgetfulness. We're babes in toyland. We have a lot of toys, but no self-mastery. You have to have a craft in order to live in this country, or else you got to go and work for somebody for 20, 30 years and to get a little payback. Why can't we work for ourselves? Is that a new idea? No. Garvey has been saying this all of his life and even afterwards for decades. So we want to pour libations to those who came, those mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, our ancestors who came by the way of the waters, by the way of the Atlantic Ocean. Some of them have left their bones in the water. Those bones at the bottom of that great ocean called the Atlantic Ocean. So let's resuscitate memory. Because when we forget and we grow faint, we have to sprinkle some water on our face. And we can gain memory. So that's what libation is about. It's about memory. Remembering our mothers and our fathers, our grandparents, friends who are no longer here, but they have crossed over to the other side. So water resuscitates memory. And we want to call on our mothers and fathers and grandparents. And to remember them, because they're always here. They're not gone, they're in here. Every single person that you grew up with, if they passed away, they're still here. Because Africans don't die. Do you understand that? We pass from one element to the next. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. We're made from the carbon atom. And what color is the carbon atom? Black.
Black.
So how precious are you? Very precious.
Like diamond.
We only use, they say, 10% of our thinking capacity. Imagine if we use our whole thinking capacity. We'll be very godlike, very goddess-like. So let's bring those millions and millions of ancestors to this place, this holy place. Holy comes from the word helios. Helios means what? The sun. Isn't that the sun? So we're in a holy spot. No matter where the sun shines, it's a holy spot. This Helios. The first name that I want to call, since I'm standing before our beloved brother Simba, who passed to the other world, he left two sacred words with us. Does anyone know those two sacred words?
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
And love.
That's right.
And the greatest thing that the mind can achieve is peace
Peace and love.
and love. That should be every day. We should be thankful for getting up in the morning. We should be very thankful for going to sleep. Sleep is nothing but a dress rehearsal for where we're going. Dress rehearsal. But while we're standing on 2 feet and we're awake, we must work. Anybody afraid of work? We can't be afraid of work. I say my work is my prayer is my work. If I want to see how blessed I am, I check out my works. Where are your works? So I'm going to pour first libation to Brother Simba, and we'll say Ashe. Ashe is the power of the universe that makes things happen. It's a Yoruba word. Ashe. And after I say Brother Simba, then I want to have Marcus, Mosiah, Garvey. a giant who had plans for us. We should remember Marcus Mosiah Garvey because many people followed him and copied his platform. I'm going to mention names. So to Baba Seba, we pour libations. Ashe. We pour to Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey.
Ashe.
Let those mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters' names be mentioned, and we'll say Ashe.
Malcolm X.
Ashe.
Nelson Mandela.
Ashe.
Sister Bird.
Ashe.
Nat Turner.
Ashe.
David Walker.
Ashe.
Martin Luther King.
Ashe.
Tim Mark Vasey.
Harriet Tubman.
Ashe.
Harriet Tubman.
Ashe.
Okay.
Come on, there's millions of more.
Elijah Muhammad.
Ashe. Fill this Marley. Ashe. Fill this
Elijah
tent.
Muhammad.
W.E.B. Du Bois.
Ashe.
Huey P. Newton.
Ashe.
Franz Fanon.
Fill the spirit.
Imhotep.
Franz Fanon.
Imhotep.
Khalid Muhammad.
Jonathan
Ashe.
Jackson.
Ashe.
Martin Luther King.
Ashe.
Medgar Evers.
Newton.
Ashe.
Harriet
Emmett
Tubman.
Till.
Ashe.
Akhenaten.
Ashe.
Imhotep.
Ashe.
Brother Simba.
Ashe.
Got Moses the Second.
Ashe.
Got Moses the First. Queen Hatshepsut.
Ashe. Ashe.
Bill Gator.
Ashe.
We got more.
Ashe.
You can use loved ones too.
Ashe.
Kwame Ture.
Ashe.
Patrice Lumumba.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Jackson.
Ashe.
Haile Selassie.
Ashe.
John Lawson.
Ashe.
John Jackson.
Ashe.
Michael Jackson.
Ashe.
Gerald Levert.
Ashe.
James Brown.
Ashe.
Marvin Gaye.
Ashe.
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 Richard Pryor.
Ashe.
Ray Fox.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe. Come on, memory.
Imhotep.
Ashe.
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 Ernest Hill.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Lena Horne.
Ashe.
James Farmer.
Ashe.
Dr. Ben.
Ashe.
Roy Wilkins.
Ashe.
Roy Wilkins.
Asa Hilliard.
Ashe.
Amos Wilson.
Ashe.
Huey P. Newton.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Asa Hilliard.
Ashe.
Bear Shango.
Ashe.
Khalid Muhammad.
Ashe.
L.B. Wells.
Ashe.
Emmett Till.
Ashe.
Transatlantic Slave Trade.
Ashe.
Jim Crow.
Ashe.
Who else?
We can fill this tent up.
Martin R. Delaney.
Ashe.
Martin R. Delaney.
All the grandfathers that's not here.
Ashe.
Queen Nanny.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Come on.
Memory.
Shaka
Dorothy
Zulu.
Height.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Okay.
Just recently, the lady
Come on,
said,
Pete.
he said you need to go to rehab. We're dead now. What's the lady name who said she wanted to go to rehab? She said no.
Francis
no,
Chris
no.
Rosen.
She's alive.
No, she's not. No, she's not. She just passed last week.
Chris
The
Wilson.
one who wanted to go to rehab. No.
No, we
All right.
black ancestry.
Ashe. For all those ancestors known and unknown, we say Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe. Ramen Krumah.
Ashe.
Bill Bobby Hutton.
Land. Ashe. Political prisoners. Ashe. Black movement. Ashe. Ashe. Let's give a black hand. Let's give a black hand.
Kwame Ture.
Don't
Ashe.
beef with these black people. These people played the great crack. You know. So what's gonna happen now is we're gonna have some words. You know, it's kind of a period of an open mic. You know, where somebody can give some wisdom. We got a poem. You know, we want to just talk about what we thought about this morning. You know, our problems. You know, a lot of frustration goes along because we don't have anybody to talk to. And nobody intelligent enough to decipher what we're talking about. You know, we have a need to be miserable. Misery loves company. So today we're gonna be your company. You know, so if you're miserable, if you're happy, if you woke up on the wrong side of the bed, we want to get to know you as an individual. So who's gonna come first and have some choice words? Okay, don't rush me at once. Come on. Somebody. So, let me give you an example.
Okay.
When I woke up today, I thought about little black boys and girls. And I thought about a program that we can incorporate to give them something of self. I thought about what if little black boys and girls at her age can understand Stolen Legacy by George Jim James. That's another one we need to Ashe. George Jim James.
Ashe.
He died for this book. So this book we should sleep with this book. Because a lot of our so-called belief system is cleared up in these pages. In these pages, it's not the Bible, it's not the Quran, this is not the Torah, but this is just a book that a man left a plan. He left a plan for us in this book. He got the 10 virtues of Maya, and one of them that we practice is control of thought. How important it is for black people to control thoughts, especially when everything around us is saturated with garbage. How important it is to control thought. Can we control our thoughts? When we use hotep, do we understand what hotep means? Who know what hotep means? Who can tell us what hotep means? Come on. Okay, it means peace, but it's just deeper than peace. It means unshakable inner peace.
All right now.
That means knowledge of self. That means no self. Not thou, but no self. Because the thou was just added on, Shakespeare thou. But no self, that's what it really was. Unshakable inner peace. If I call you something outside your name, you ain't shaken by that. Because you got inner peace. You know who you is. It's like the Tekken. The Tekken is something that can't be shaken off its foundation. It's solid, it's stuck, it's grounded. That's what we need to be, grounded. So we can start by leaving a plan for these babies. What if they can understand Stolen Legacy? That means when they go to college and they have a college who profess to know professor, they can debate him, teach him or her, So information is power. Who else got some thoughts? Somebody want to promote? Come on. You got some? Come on.
Let's give her a hand.
Come
Give
on.
her a hand. Come on. Give it up.
You want to say something?
Yeah.
What's your name?
That's it. What's your name?
Justice?
How old are you?
How old are you, Justice?
What do you want to be when you grow up?
You already a princess. You're so cute. Say Black Power.
Black power.
Black Power.
Give it up.
Black Power.
Give it up.
There you go.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Becca. I'm Justice's mother and Asada's mother. Ashe, everybody. She was just sitting in her chair and she's just taking it all in. She's just like, Ashe. I love this, Mommy. Thank you for bringing me. What my thoughts are is trying to get a community-based thing for our children to know books like Stolen Legacy, know who the father of Clarence that 13X was, and all of our ancestors, and bring it together so that they understand that they're bigger than just their neighborhood, their street, their house is bigger than Buffalo. Teaching them that the universe is their home, and we transit, we come here, we visit here for a while, we trip back to the universe. But that's what my thought was for today, and I just wanted to share that with everybody.
Ashe.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Y'all need to be walking up. Hotep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got another one. Come on. Your piece. Give her a black hand.
Yes, give it up.
I
My name is Margot. That's my son and my grandkids, my daughter-in-law. I want to say this here. I work for Citizen Action. I don't know if y'all heard of it. Okay, so we do a lot for the community, and also we're in a situation of doing petitions for all the public schools, and it's all about to stop the suspension, to cut that down, and also suspending the kids, the children. But we already get help from everywhere, all over the world, to come in to help these children, because there's a lot need help, and also with the parents. So I'm doing petitions, and I would like if y'all to sign, and I appreciate it to get some support. And also, if any of y'all have any children, goes to the Boys and Girls Club and sign up and get a book bag. And all the supplies is being there. You can let the word out, whatever, how you want to do it, but make sure you get yours first. And where are you located? Okay, you'll be right here between Genesee and Dover. This is across from the firehouse. You can't miss it. Say Boys and Girls. Get there between tomorrow and no later next Friday, and go around 3 o'clock. Okay. And also, who else is giving? Martin Luther King, Saturday and Sunday. They're giving out school supplies. I can't tell you what time. But,
It's in the challenger.
okay, it's in the challenge.
It's in the one I got now.
Okay, and I just want to say this to you, and thank you for listening to me.
Give it up, give it up, give it up.
Black power. Black power. What I want to do now, I just want to take the time to reflect on this flag right here. I want to know, who knows what this flag means? Come on, Asada, come and tell me what this flag means.
Yes.
There you go.
Liberation.
Ashe. 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 Well, little history note. You know, the American flag was designed while we were in bondage, in slavery. So it was really never meant for us to reap the benefits of the so-called American flag. You know, the United States of America have a wonderful way of lying to the public. In fact, in the 1920s to 1919, they had a song out. Y'all can check this up online. It's called "Every Race Had Their Flag But the Coons." They were talking about us. You know, even in 1919, we wasn't even a part of this so-called American flag, which represents struggle for white folks. So Marcus Garvey had an answer for that. And he gave us the red, black, and green flag. Because he said a race without a flag is a race with no nation. So he gave us the red, black, and green flag. You know, it's kind of funny that when we go to school, pledge allegiance to the wrong flag when we go to school or shoot, what you have. You know. But this flag symbolizes struggle. Anyone knows what the colors of the flag represents?
Sure.
Well, I was just looking and see if some of the young. Lord!
What does the red represent?
Come here. We're gonna get somebody young.
Right, go tell him. Say it loud. Say it loud. Hey, right here. What's his name?
What you say?
Asada.
Asada, tell us what the red stands for.
What the red stands for?
Good
What about the black?
What the black stands for?
people.
What the green stands for?
Land.
Give it up. Give it up.
Ashe.
Give it up.
Ashe.
Land that we gotta fight for and don't have.
Did y'all hear that though? Because land is important.
Yes, it
You
is.
talk about being free. Didn't
Yes.
Malcolm say that?
Yes.
The basis of freedom is land.
Yes.
If we don't own it, how free are we? Right. You know.
Excuse me 1 second, people. For all the children, Raj Jomo is here. Drums are right over here in the chairs, so the adults can stay here and continue with the conversation. But we're asking all the children go over to the drums. Raj Jomo is here. He has 45 minutes. He has to teach another class, so we gotta hit it and quit it. Let's go, children.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe. It's beautiful out here. We got activities for the children, especially the drum. Because the drums is definitely that warrior call. So right now we're just gonna take a little intermission. We're gonna listen to some music. Let everybody get to know each other.
Oh, yeah.
One second. Don't tell. One more thing. One more thing.
When we get back, we're going to do a workshop on living. Afro. So that'll be next when we come back.
In our homes, in our community, and in our school. In order for us to be good at home, school, and the community, we have to be good
Listeners.
So what we're going to do for Marcus Garvey Day is we're going to all be good listeners at home. Say it after me.
At home.
At school.
At school.
And in the community.
And in the community.
At home.
At home.
At school.
At school.
And in the community.
And in the community.
At home.
At home.
At school.
At school.
And in the community.
And in the community.
So now, in order to do the drum class, you got to be good listeners. So I'm going to talk to you with my mouth first, and then we're going to say it on the drums, okay?
Okay.
Marcus Garvey say.
Marcus Garvey say.
So when I say, para, Marcus Garvey say, okay?
Okay.
All right? I'm going to act like I'm playing the drums. We're going to say, para, Marcus Garvey say. Okay, now this is how we got to do it. When we play the drums, we got to do it with music. They got to be on time. We got beat. African people, black people, we got style, okay?
Right.
We do everything like with swag. Y'all know what swag is? Huh? Okay? All right? Okay.
Marcus swag.
Here we go. Pity. Marcus Garvey say. All right? Pity. Marcus Garvey say. All right? Ready? So when you hear the break, pity. Marcus Garvey. Okay, you gotta be on time. You gotta be ready. So now that I told you what to do, when I give you the call, you gotta be ready like a soldier to jump in. All right?
Okay.
Pity. Marcus Garvey say. Now you can make noise. We outside. We like children, so we don't have fun. We can be loud and wild. Okay? Here we go. Ready? Pity. Marcus Garvey say. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Pity. Marcus Garvey say. But you gotta say it and you gotta play. You gotta say it with your mouth, then say it with your hands, because when we start talking on the drums, the faster your mouth can say it, the faster your body can pick it up in your memory work, okay? Marcus Garvey wants to be very educated. In order to be very educated, you gotta listen. You gotta listen good. In order for you to be good at home, in order for you to be good in the community, in order for you to be good at school, you gotta listen.
Good.
Okay. That's what we said we're gonna do for Marcus Garvey Day. All we gotta do is we're gonna do one thing. We're gonna be good listeners. Good listeners at home, say it.
Listeners at home.
Good listeners at school.
At school.
And in the community.
And in the community.
Once we do that, that's what we're gonna promise to do for Marcus Garvey Day. Who thinks they could do that promise for the whole year? Who can do that promise for the whole year? It's real easy. All you do is listen well. Just listen good, okay? So we're gonna listen at home. You gotta say it with me. I'm gonna talk back to me. Listen at home.
At home.
At school.
At school.
And in the community.
And in the community. Marcus Garvey say.
Okay, now I'm gonna do the next part. Late for class. Come in here and sit down. Don't step on the flowers. Okay, here we go.
Marcus Garvey say.
Okay, we're gonna say it with our mouths, and after we say it with our mouths, I'm gonna teach you how to do it on the drums. I only got a little bit of time, so you gotta learn fast, okay? Can everybody learn fast? Can everybody be good mathematicians and learn fast? Can everybody listen well and learn fast? Everybody be good scientists in the sun and learn fast? Okay, so we gotta learn real fast. I don't got a lot of time.
Jomo, let me just say, you know why he ain't got a lot of time? Because Raj Jomo, this is the future in basketball. But Raj Jomo, you know where he's going after this? He's going to teach them crackers. Okay, he in the construction union. He make wrong money. See the hard toe shoes? Okay. He going to the
He do
crackers
everything.
paying
He a
him
jack of all
to teach
trades
the
and a
crackers.
master at it
Now he
too.
coming out here teaching y'all free. So
Marcus Garvey say.
You gotta say it and
Gone.
play it. You don't have to have to. You're gonna have to use your hands. You gotta use your mind, your hands, and your mouth. You gotta be using everything, all right?
Marcus Garvey say.
Okay, that's the first part, okay? That's going to be the call. So when I have my drum, I'm going to say, bitty, 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 bitty. Marcus Garvey say. Use your hands because when I give you the drum, you got to be able to be strong. You know, okay, let me tell you one. The drum that we're going to play, this drum is called djembe. Can everybody say djembe? Djembe. Everybody say djembe? Djembe. Okay, djembe means come together, okay? Can everybody show me? Djembe means come together. I said show me, that means you gotta do it. Djembe means come together. Okay, in order to do this drum stuff, you gotta be strong. You can't be weak, you can't be a little punk. You gotta be strong. The girls, the boys, everybody gotta be strong. You gotta eat right, you gotta think right, and you gotta stay in shape. Djembe means come together. Show me with your muscles. Djembe means come together. Now let me tell you a story. When black people were stolen from Africa, brought to America, brought to Jamaica, brought to Cuba, brought anywhere in the world, they found that when black people play the drums, if you play the drums, you'll start sweating. When you start sweating, that means you're exercising. When you exercise, it makes you strong. When you exercise, it makes you strong. The more we play the drums, the more we work together, we became strong. When people are strong, can you rule them and control them? No, they do what they want to do. So guess what they did? They made it illegal, like the police came, for us to play the drums. No drumming and no dancing. They're called the black codes or the slave codes in America. They did it everywhere black people went because the more we played the drums, the more we got. The more we played the drums, the more we got. And this drum djembe means come to. So when you play the drums, watch people start coming over here. Just watch. Watch. Whenever we hear the drums, it's going to make us come.
That's right.
Now they're playing drums in the church. They're playing drums everywhere again because with the drums come the strength and they bring everybody together. Don't forget that. Those of you who go to school, you start studying history, they start talking about slavery. Ask people about black codes. Tell them you want to find a book about what kind of rules were they making for black people because they took the drums away to try to make us weak. And when we bring the drums back, it makes us strong. Okay, remember that. So, in order for you all to be good students, good in the community, and good at home, you got to do what?
Good listener.
You got to do what?
Good listener.
Bitty.
Marcus Garvey say.
Because you got to always be thinking. So you got to remember what I'm telling you because I don't have a lot of time. Okay? Bitty.
Marcus Garvey say.
We're having a drum class. In order to have drum class, you got to listen good. You got to be able to use your mind and your muscles because you got to be strong. Okay? All the drummers got to be strong. You got to be strong. Okay? Anybody say they can be strong today just for a little while? Okay. Just for a little while? Okay, here we go. Bitty.
Marcus Garvey say.
Alright, that's part one. Here's a tempo, okay? And bitty.
Marcus Garvey say.
Alright, that's the first part, okay? Bitty.
Marcus Garvey say.
Oh, they're saying Marcus Garvey say. Everybody know who Marcus Garvey is? Everybody look at the bottom of this picture. That's Marcus Garvey. He was born August 17th, 1887 in St. Anne's Bay, Jamaica. He didn't have no cell phone, no pager, no fax machine, no Facebook, no Twitter, no Skype, and he was communicating with over 400 million black people in the 1900s all around the world, and everybody was listening to him. And he didn't have no technology because God blessed him to do it, okay? He was born to do a mission, and he came and he did it. Now we got to be obedient and take care of each other. But in order to be obedient, we got to be listening and we got to be educated. So you can't help your mother, you can't help the school, and you can't help the community if you don't listen. If you don't listen, you're in the way. And people in the way is like a problem. We don't need no problem. We want to give peace and love. Make our mothers happy, make our fathers happy, make our grandmothers happy. Make everybody happy. Make ourselves happy. Eat, play music, dance, have fun. That's all we got to do as people. God gonna take care of the rest. All we have to do is love each other. That's all we got to do. God gonna take care of the rest. But in order to do all that, you got to be good.
Listeners. You gotta be good listeners.
Marcus Garvey, pass it around, point to it, make sure everybody next to you know who he is. Marcus Garvey, on the bottom. Okay, so they're saying we're teaching them how to answer it on the drum. Bitty. Marcus Garvey say. We're saying Marcus Garvey say. I'm giving you the first part, so when the drums start, you're gonna kick it. All right. So, one of Marcus Garvey's most famous phrases is "Africa for the Africans." Can you say that?
Africa for the Africans.
So we're gonna say, bitty. Listen, bitty. Do this first. Give me the tempo. Oh, and y'all gotta be on beat because we do everything together here. Ding, 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 ding.
Hey,
and
get on beat.
Marcus Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans. That's the next part, okay? Then we're gonna go. Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans. Remember that? That's part 2. Remember? Here we go. And Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans. Y'all gotta be fast learners now. I mean, we ain't got no time to joke. Y'all learn rap songs. I know about P. Diddy and
right.
Wayne and what's his name, Weezy and all them nuts. Y'all better make y'all learn it. Huh? Who else? Okay. So see, I know about the other stuff already. All right. And here we go. And Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans. We come right back, real fast. You can learn this fast. Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans. All right. Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans. All right, now, that's part 1 and part 2. Part 3 is this. Africa, where we go from? Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans, at home and abroad. That's it. Okay? Here we go. Now, what he said is this. He's saying, Marcus Garvey is saying, Africa for the Africans, at home and abroad. That means anywhere we black people are, we got to be rooting for each other to do good. We got to want to help each other. We got to want to take care of each other. Whether we be in Africa, whether we be in Jamaica, whether we be in America, whether we be in Canada, whether we be in Puerto Rico, anywhere we are, we got to be willing and looking out to take care of each other because we're all the same family. Black people didn't know this a long time ago. They thought we was all different. Marcus Garvey came and showed us that we all family. It's like Marcus Garvey called a big family reunion. He told everybody, listen, we all family, we got to take care of each other. So we're saying, Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans, at home and abroad. All right? That's easy, right? Okay, I'm going to point you one at a time, and you're going to hit it real fast. Bit it. Say it. Bit it.
Well, we in a session right now.
Now,
You could come.
all right, now we're going to do it on beat. Bit it.
Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans.
Go. Bit it. All right, here we go. Hold on. Bit it.
Marcus Garvey say,
All right. And your turn. All right, here we go. And
Marcus Garvey say, Africa for the Africans, at home and abroad.
all right, she changed the beat, but she got it. Here we go. Good. And you had your turn. Okay, close. And ding, 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 ding. Got most of it. And try it. And okay, you just got here. That's okay. Good. And good. And here we go now. Here we go. This is what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna start off just with a couple people. Everybody's gonna get a chance. All right. I'm gonna start with a couple people. And I'm gonna show you what's happening. Okay, how we're gonna make it work with the drum. Okay, don't hit them yet. Just wait until I start. You got it right? You got it right? Who else got it right?
Oh, drink mess with him.
Anybody know Chinese?
Bully right here. Oh. Well, no, he got pictures. He got a catalog of pictures.
Here we go. This is what's happening with this drum, okay? All right, this is Jimbei.
Yeah, I was just saying, you know, look at them drinks.
Show me
But yeah,
Jimbei
you know,
means come through.
ain't no sense,
Okay,
really.
this is what happens.
It's like $2.
Okay, everybody just try that. Even if you don't have a drum, act like you're doing it with the drum. So when you have a drum, you gotta do it. Okay, hold on. But remember, now you gotta repeat it just like how we practice it. Listen. Okay, in drum class, hold on. In drum class, we do call and response. That means what I say, that's what you say. Don't say nothing different. If you make a mistake, it's okay. But if you intentionally do something wrong, then that's not good. So pay attention, okay? Now you gotta listen and do what I tell you. Like I told you, you gotta learn fast, all right? Hold on. Call and response. When I call, you be quiet. When it's your turn to respond, that's when you play. Okay? It's order. Everything got order. Okay? All right, here we go. Oh, don't touch it until after I finish. What you want to hear this? Listen. Okay? Just like I said when I played the break. Alright, listen, here we go. Now this is what we're gonna do. Alright. Marcus, Garvey, say. Remember part one? Alright, here's listen. I'm gonna say and you're not gonna say Marcus, Garvey, say, okay? We're gonna play part one only. See if you can do it now. Now this is where we have in our test. We're gonna see if you paid attention to what I was saying, if y'all was just jaw jacking and just planning it, okay? Here we go. Hold your drum. Ready? Listen. Here we go. You're not gonna play that no more. This is the call, and when I give you that call, you're gonna say Marcus, Garvey, say. Remember that? So on the drum, you're gonna type this up. Marcus, Garvey, say. All right? You ready? All right? I'm gonna give you an example. Listen. Don't play. Listen. Listen. All right, here we go. You ready? Listen. Just listen to me. I'm gonna say digga, 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 and you're gonna play back Marcus, Garvey, say. All right? Ready? Got it?
Got it.
Okay, let's use a different language. Just say wow. That's roll off. That means yes. When I say you ready, you say wow.
Wow.
You ready?
Wow.
Okay. Stop. Very good. Good. Even if you don't have a drum, I want to see you do this because when you have a drum, you got to be ready. So you got to practice so that when it's your turn, you always be ready. Okay? Ready? Ready?
Wow.
Ready?
Wow.
Okay. Okay, now what's part two? Oh, Africa for the Africans. All right? Africa, which is the continent, for the Africans, which are the people.
Don't apologize for being black.
And the mindset, meaning that all of us got to look out for each other. All right? So, part one and part two, I'm going to say only with our mouths. And stop. This is part one and part two. Here we go. Now with the drum. Ready?
Wow.
Ready?
Wow. The drums.
Yeah, we're going to do it with the drums now when I call. Ready? Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Here it is. Listen. Marcus, Garvey, say. Remember? Africa, everything that we say, the drum is saying. Africa for the African. You see it? All right? Marcus, Garvey, say. Africa for the African. Ready?
Wow.
Wow. Here we go. Whoa. It's on time, remember? Listen. Okay, now say it with your mouth and play it. That way you remember the sentence. Because if you're talking, it's a sentence, okay? All right? So that way if we ever out in the street and we play this, everybody know what we're talking about. People who don't know ain't gonna know what we're talking about, but y'all gonna know, right? So it's gonna go Bitty, 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 bitty. Okay, now we're gonna do all three parts. I'm gonna do it real slow, then you're gonna do it. Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans. We stop. Okay? So here we go. One more time, I'm gonna play it, then I'm gonna give it to you. One more time, just listen. Everybody listen. Close your eyes, listen so you can record it. Okay? You're gonna record it. Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans. Hold on, let me say it by myself so that way I'm not gonna mess it up. You said you're gonna mess it up, and if you practice it wrong, you're gonna do it wrong. So I want you to listen to me first, and then I want you to practice it, okay? All right? Here we go. Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. That's it, okay? But you gotta wait for their call, okay? I'm gonna do it real slow first. Bitty, 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 bitty. Play it, play it. Okay, see how I'm telling you this how it works in school. You gotta remember everything from the beginning so that when you move forward, you got it. Everybody take your drums and pass it to the person next to you. Go this way.
Lolo.
Other way, this way. Who didn't get one yet? Who didn't get a drum yet? Who did not get one yet? You didn't get one? You got one right in front of you. He just gave it to you. Everybody else got one? Okay, now, same thing. You raise your hand. You gotta raise your hand. You ready? Here we go. Same thing, it's the same lesson. Now we just gotta make it better. Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. Let's stop. Okay? So here we go again.
I will come back to it.
Listen. Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. All right? Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. Okay? All right? Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. And Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. Okay, y'all remember what we said in the beginning? In order to be good at home, you got to be a good
Listener.
In order to be good at school, you got to be a good
Listener.
In order to be good in your community, you got to be a good
Listener.
So we all said we're going to promise this year for Marcus Garvey Day for 1 year, we're going to all try to be good.
Listener.
Djembe means come to.
Together.
Djembe means come to.
Together.
The more we play drums, the
Stronger.
The more we play drums, the what?
Stronger.
When we play djembe drums, it make us come to.
Together.
Bitty, 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 bitty.
Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad.
Okay, now it's another drum teacher. You're gonna probably start teaching y'all some rhythm. But this is what's happening with the djembe. I'm gonna show you how this drum like works. It's a family, and I'm gonna show you just a couple of techniques, okay? This is what we do like in our class when we teach you drum class. Everybody close your fingers and open your thumb. Close your fingers, open your thumb. What that is, when you hit that on the drum right here, when you hit that on the drum, it makes a tone sound. Can everybody say tone? So say tune, tune, tune. Tune, tune, tune. Okay, everybody open up your hand, open up your thumb. On the side, you're gonna hit it like this. Tock, tock, tock. That's the slap sound, okay? Tock, tock, tock. All right, so you got tone, which is closed, and slap, which is open, okay? So you got tune and top, tune and top, okay? All right? And then in the middle, listen, in the middle, you got one more. That's the bass, okay? And you don't have to hit it hard. It's all going to be technique, okay?
You gotta have
So you
some
got
air.
tone, slap, and bass, okay? All right? Tone, slap, and bass. Close, open, and in the middle, okay? That's the ways we make the drum talk. So listen. Bitty, 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 bitty.
Together.
And what you're going to practice doing is you're going to practice making the drum say all of those words, all right? But another teacher's going to be coming pretty soon. Y'all can take a little break. Another teacher's going to come pretty soon, and y'all might start working on a different drum class. He's going to start teaching some African rhythms, okay? We got like drum CDs. I'm on the radio every Sunday from 3 to 6. We talk about what Marcus Garvey say. We talk about Black history. We talk about all of us working together. And it's on WUFO, on 1080 AM, WFO. It's on WUFO. And it's also online. It's on the AM. It's on the AM side of the station. You gotta press the AM button. And it's 1080. It's in between like 11 and 12 on the AM dial. Or if you're on the internet, it's WUFOAM.com. Okay, and it's live. Okay. Come on, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, okay? All right, thank you all. Remember to be good listeners. That's what your promise is. You promise me you're going to be good listeners, okay? All right? Give yourself a hand clap.
The contribution that the Libyan people have made to Africa since the revolution took place in 1969. Now, also the reason I wanted to bring this subject up is because a lot of people have confusion about Libya. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people only think it's in Africa, and they think that's a country just full of Arab people, but Libya is in Africa. They are bombing Africa. They are bombing people that look just like me and you. And a lot of our people, like I said, don't see the connection to that. But the connection is this, that they are trying to recolonialize Africa. They're trying to get themselves back in the position that they did before. Now, the reason they specifically went after Libya is because, like I said, the contribution that Libya had made to the liberation movements in Africa, like the South Africa Liberation Movement, but also Libya made other moves to try to help Africa. Like she supported all the African countries as far as getting telecommunication. She was the one to go take the desert and turn it into a fertile land where they were able to, get water in the desert. But some of the main things Libya was getting ready to do, and Gaddafi and them, they was trying to get an African monetary fund. They was trying to get African currency. They were gonna call it the Afro. You know what I'm saying? But Libya and Gaddafi understand that we as a people, until we get control of our resources, we won't control our world.
Sure you right.
So that's why we're in the condition that we are. We're not producers, we consumer. We just consume stuff. I said we don't own Africa being the richest continent, the brothers told y'all earlier, being the richest continent in the world. Everybody gets something from it but us. And we say, if we can control our resources, we can control our world, and just as Garvey has said, we'll be in a better position, the world will respect us. But the reason we walk around today, as a landless people, we don't think we belong to anything.
That's it.
A lot of people think we come from Negro land, but we all know that they take us from Africa, to bring us over here. So we are Africans, always been, always will be. We're not from black land, we're not from Negro land, we're not from no other land but there.
Sure you're right.
Also, I want to state it too, like I said, giving a report going into New York and to Harlem. It was a pretty good turnout. I thought it could be better seeing that Harlem was a stronghold of nationalism. Y'all know Marcus Garvey came out of there. We can name every leader that we had was affected by Harlem one way or another. But we can say basically the diehards came out. It was quality over quantity, basically. I say overall the message was clear. Like I said, we're against the war, we're against Obama, who's perpetrating this war, and that would make it so sad. That we have an African president who's father from Africa, and you bombing Africa. You know what I'm saying? You doing more than Bush even thought about doing. So that was another reason to support that. But also, like I said, we as African people, we have to start standing up for ourselves. We got to start when we find ourselves threatened. We cannot be running around with our tails behind our butts. You know what I'm saying? We got to start standing up when we see our people being our leader, especially our brother Gaddafi. He is our brother. You know what I'm saying? Being attacked And now you got all these leaders here in Africa and the United States. Nobody's saying nothing. But see, when Gaddafi was passing out the billions, when he was helping them out, everybody had something to say. I mean, it was cool with him. But now that the imperials don't come against him, people abandon the ship. And it's also important to know, too, that it's been 6 months since they invaded and started bombing the country. They still there. They thought they were going to be over in, a couple of weeks. They thought they were going to run in there. They figured they ain't nothing but desert people. So we just run in there, drop some sorties. You know what I'm saying? Game over. Well, the game ain't over. And they still fighting. And the struggle continues. So I said my main point I want our people to get is to understand, like Malcolm said, if you don't understand what's going on, you got to understand what's going on in the Congo, to understand what's going on in Mississippi. So I'm saying I got to understand what's going on in Libya to understand what's going on here in America. I say just like they trying to recolonize Libya, they also trying to recolonize us as a people. But right now we got each other, calling each other nigga, you know what I'm saying, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, having no sense of identity. Our greatest hero today in America for our youth is Lil Wayne. You know what I'm saying? They don't know nothing about, like I said, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, or even leaders today, like the Honorable Louis Farrakhan, leaders such as that, Kwame Ture, you know what I'm saying, or young leaders such as ourselves. But we've been out in the struggle for almost 30 years, you know what I'm saying? But we ain't trying to get all the glamour and that. We don't get all that. We do all the dirty work. You know what I'm saying? Like, trying to organize things like that. So I say the main thing I want y'all to see the connection. Like I said, when Garvey said Africa for the African, at home and abroad, he means that. And what we have to start doing is looking to Africa for our future, not America. America going down, whether y'all see it or not. You know what I'm saying? And we look to Africa for our future, then we can supply ourselves with what we need: food, shelter, clothing, education. I said we got everything we need. Africa got all the minerals and the people. We got all the intelligence. So man, if we put them two things together, what will happen? That's why they keep us apart. That's why when we say African, Africans over here, like, who you talking about? Must not be talking about me. You know what I'm saying? And the same over there. Some of them look at us like, who is y'all? You know what I'm saying? Or think we're different from them. So like I say, the thing in Harlem, like I said, was great. The minister gave a great speech. A lot of the nationalists, they gave a great speech. But the attitude of our people, they look like they was in a daze somewhere. Like somebody was speaking foreign to them. You know what I'm saying? You would think it would be more zealous. You know what I'm saying? But it's not. But we know when we get our people, like I said, when it comes to singing and dancing and all that, we can get them riled. But when we try to show them something that's important to them, that's gonna have an effect on their life. You know, they don't see the connect. So that's what we hope to do today by having Marcus Garvey, like constantly showing our people, like I said, we have a connection to Africa, always will. That's our mother, that's our father, that's where we come from. And we can do everything we want to do to change our looks and change. We can never run for Africa. She'll snatch you back sooner or later. So with that point, I'm just going to open up. Anybody have any questions? I'm going to sit out here too. A brother need a rest and stuff. He's been working all day. But anybody have any questions about Libya or have any confusion that y'all might want me to clarify? Everybody got the knowledge on Libya, so we all be ready to support Libya when it's time to support it. So y'all hear it coming on the rail and people around here talking about those Arab people and all that madness, y'all gonna be able to clarify to them, what's the real struggle is. There's the struggle over Africa, and they trying to get control of our resources again, because they know their stuff is going down, so they figure, why not go take theirs? You know what I'm saying? Right. But also too, it's like I say, it's not only Libya we need to look at, but I'm sure you're also aware of the campaign they're trying to do against the brother in Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe. What I'm saying his name, Robert. Yeah. And basically what they're trying to do with that brother, turn him into a devil. So he decided to give the people back their land. So he had waited 20 years for the English to compensate the European for his land. So when the 20 years was up, brother said, where our land? And dude had the answers. You know what I'm saying? So he had to go take the land. So now that he went and took the land, he become the devil. You know what I'm saying? And like, just like they did Gaddafi. Matter of fact, I think that mentioned to me at the Myers that a couple of months before they was going to invade Libya, the UN was ready to give Gaddafi a humanitarian award for having the best country as far as human rights, taking care of people. So all of a sudden you was an angel, a couple months, and then all of a sudden now you a devil. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So we have to be clear. We have to be clear on who our leaders are, who our friends is. Just like they try to tell them the rebels that's throwing down over in Libya, you know what I'm saying, are from Libya, and they're not. Them are all foreigners, CIA sponsored. But like I said, if you listen to their story, you know what I'm saying, that includes you. As a matter of fact, they had near to call them revolutionary. That's a serious name, you know what I'm saying? Now today, it's so bad, anybody can be a revolutionary now.
That's right.
That used to be a badge of honor. You know what I'm saying? Now anybody can be it now. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, we want to try to be clear about what's going on around and what's going on in Africa. And not only in Africa, like Garvey said, no matter where you find us at around the world, you know what I'm saying, we're on the bottom of the heap. You go north, south, east, west, left, right, up, down. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why we under the heat, like I said, control your resources, we'll control your world. But we don't control our resources. And that's what, like I said, land is the basis of freedom. What land do we have? You have a lot of Africans here, you know what I'm saying? They say they want to claim this land, but we said it's going to be kind of hard because it's the Indian land. So what are you going to do, take their land? You know what I'm saying? Why you going to take something from somebody?
How's your land when you pay tax?
Pardon me?
How's your land when you got to pay tax?
Taxes, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's it. You know what I'm saying? And they let you know that's what they're doing with your tax dollars. Over there spending billions of dollars bombing people. But like I said, once we understand that the basis of freedom is land, and once you get land, you know what I'm saying, that's a start for your freedom. Not just getting a car, not just getting a home, not just having a credit card. But they got us thinking that's the rich. That paper money ain't nothing if it's not backed by gold. Where's all the gold at? In Africa. You know what I'm saying? So we got control of our gold, and we control the monetary. And that's why they bombed Gaddafi, because that's what he attempted to do. He told Africa to stop, taking all the monetary money and use gold. But we got to put it out. Matter of fact, I think he accumulated a couple billion, and they stole that from him. Once they invaded, the country, they froze the asset. I think it was 30 billion or something like that in gold and stuff. So, like I said, we have to be clear of our role and make sure we don't be complacent in the crime that we commit against our people out of the lack of knowledge of who and what we are. Because, matter of fact, I remember when the bombing first started, I went to ECMC, and this brother said, yeah, man, that freaking, Gaddafi used the word EU. And I asked the brother, I said, yo, can you spell his name? Well, I just know he an enemy. Oh, you know that based on the newspaper told you he was an enemy. But you ain't go look him up and find out who he is. Why are we bombing this man? Why, why are we after him? Saying like, with Hussein in Iraq. You don't know the Africans in the community know where Iraq was. You know what I'm saying? And Hussein, who that? But by the time it was finished, we was up there to kill Hussein. You know what I'm saying? We was more enthused about 9/11 than they was. And they weren't attacking us. They weren't flying planes in the Harlem. They're not gonna fly a plane. It's just Landfill probably looking for us for what? We ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? So we got, like I said, we got to be clear.
While we touching on Africa, I just wanted to bring some type of news. It's kind of interesting. We reading this report. Sierra Leone University runs out of paper, so they can't take their exams. We talking about the richest continent on earth. Don't even have something that we throw away every day called paper. We talking about college students has no paper to take their college exams in Sierra Leone. We should think about some of the stuff we have. What was it called? Overzealous people. We greedy. we use paper for toilet tissue. And you know, it's kind of crazy that a whole nother country or a whole nother continent, little parts of that is struggling for just paper. So I want to take the time to appreciate some of the things that we do have. Appreciate the fact that we're not living like what he's talking about, Libya and Egypt, where bombs falling from the sky. Because anything that happened to the Jews can happen to us. Those was big brothers messing with each other. That was a family affair. And we outside of that, so you can imagine what we'll get in the end. You had a point some information you wanted to bring too, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I don't need the mic.
Well, great. Start your thing. Let me finish this up.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I still got 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, but the main thing I want to just, like I said, tie it up to Jamal talk. It just show, like, showing Libya, and just talk about the need for organization.
So they can have some.
That's one thing I think we lack is organization. That's why we can't get anything done. We don't have no organization. If you look at other people in the world, they organize. At every level.
The port?
At every level and stuff. But if you go ask our people, how many people here in the organization raise hand? There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
I am.
Me too.
Been in it for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? When I was a youth, you know what I'm saying, I was told my responsibility, and I went and took care of it. You know what I'm saying? I could have been like the rest, chase the girl, chase the money. You know what I'm saying? But we had to live up to our responsibility. Other people had died before us. So we had to live up, and we want to also create a future for those that are here right now. But I said that's the main thing I want to talk about as far as Libya. Hopefully they're supposed to have a follow-up to the Harlem March in October. They talking about laying seeds on Washington, D.C. Other words, have 1 million people congregate in Washington, D.C. and I guess, try to make Obama wake up to the reality of what's going on. Before we let Jamal come on, I want to let y'all know we got food on. So y'all want to take a few minutes and go get something to eat. I speak twice to y'all. Y'all want go eat. We also got some Nation selling some bean pie. For those that don't eat no pork, we got beef over there. We got some vegetarian meals over there for y'all to do. So just go over there and do yourself. We'll start the other thing right after.
Yeah, see the way the issue is that people working full-time jobs. Most people know me as Brother Jamal. I work with a group called Fight the Power. We're a student group up at the University of Buffalo. Me, myself, I'm right from east side of Buffalo. Most of our members are college students who come from the city to go to the university. And basically what our job is to do what we can as students and as young people to represent our interests as Black people, as Africans, as people within the city. I just want to have I want to do a quick chat with you guys about an event that just passed. It was an anti-violence summit. It's called the Save Ourselves Youth Anti-Violence Summit. It happened, I think, about 2 weeks ago, August 5th and August 6th. And basically what we wanted to do with this event is have a discussion as young people about violence, about how it affects us, about how we can solve it, and just concrete things that we can do ourselves to help solve our own problems. As most of y'all know, if you under 30, you're the main target for any kind of violence that happens in the city. If you see all these murders, memorials. Can you hear me? Good. Usually when y'all see memorials and obituaries and all this stuff for Black people in the news or in the paper or whatnot, most of the obituaries are from young kids, people my age. I'm 21 years old. Kids your age, 14, 15 years old. You don't really see anymore, real grown folks being murdered. Most of these murders are young kids. Young people that haven't even had a chance to do anything with their life being killed over nothing. Now, for y'all really young ones, I just want to let y'all know that you guys, are the future. And it sounds like really cliche, but in all seriousness, our parents ain't gonna be here for our parents are the ones who's running our community, who's taking care of us, who's feeding and clothing us. But at some point, we have to do it. We're gonna have to be those adults. We're gonna have to be the ones running our community. So this event that we did, we wanted to use it as a way to start getting us to think like adults, getting us to start taking responsibility for ourselves. All you guys probably know, you know what I'm saying, some kid or you know, one of your parents may be messing up, be trying to start a fight, be trying to do this and that and the other, causing trouble, pretty much. And I'm assuming most of y'all ain't that kid, that y'all see this and y'all, you know, try to avoid it. But what we gotta realize is that we gotta take responsibility too. When you see somebody messing up, when you see, you know what I'm saying, kids acting up in class and stuff, and you know they doing wrong, then y'all should be able to tell them y'all doing wrong. Like, yo, dude, chill, we can't be doing that. You know what I'm saying? For people my age, we see, you know what I'm saying, kids, you know what I'm saying, Wayne, he's 14. We see, you know what I'm saying, y'all people, you know what I'm saying, messing up and stuff. It's my responsibility to slap you across the face and tell you need to chill out. But we don't got that. We don't got that to do. So with this youth summit and the aftermath, what we want to do is create an actual agenda for the youth in Buffalo, create a platform that we can get organized, create ways so that we can actually do something for ourselves and for our community. Because I know, if I can speak for most of us, that we don't want to be a victim of violence. Nobody wants to have a gun point. Nobody wants to have to deal with drugs. Nobody wants to have to deal with abusive homes or parents or siblings. But the only way that's going to happen, the only way we're going to be able to stop all that is by us ourselves doing something. So how many of you guys are in a youth group, in a church or organization or any kind of like group that meets regularly? Show hands. None y'all? Y'all got no, y'all don't do stepping or any like Boy Scouts, none of that type of stuff? That's problem number one. We ain't getting together with other people our age to do anything. We all, you know what I'm saying, hanging around trying to do our own thing and stuff. And 30%.
Are you talking? Yeah.
Okay. No, I was moving. Hey, we got one for good. Alright, everybody can still hear me okay? Yeah. Alright, just making sure. Good. Turn that down just a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna... Sure? No, I ain't want to have it like spark on the speaker. Alright. The first thing I want all y'all to do as people that's in my age, even y'all young ones, we all, you know what I'm saying, a whole generation together. The first thing I want to ask y'all to do, go join something. I know most of y'all got video game systems. Most of y'all spend y'all time after school trying to play games, trying to watch TV. That's the first thing we need to change. Y'all need to go out and start doing something active. Wait, yeah, I know your dad, so I mean, call you out, just using his example, I apologize. But you know what I'm saying, I was a kid too, you know what I'm saying, trying to play video games all the time and stuff. And what I realized is I wasted a lot of, especially my high school years, like I said, hanging out on my own, not dealing with other people in my community, not, you know what I'm saying, doing things with other people. And that's the first thing we need to change. Because our parents got that same problem too. They spend all their time working and they don't get together with other people in their community. That's why most of y'all probably don't know your neighbors, or don't know the people that live down the street from you, or really even know the people that own the businesses that y'all go to most of the time in your community. And the other thing that we want everybody to do is to start to believe in something. Now, most of y'all are too young to understand this word called ideology. Most of y'all are too young to understand the word, but basically, me, myself, I believe in certain things. I believe I want black people to succeed. I want black people to be able to, you know what I'm saying, take ourselves to a step higher. I don't want us to be poor. I don't want us to be begging nobody, and I want us to be independent. Those are beliefs. Those are things, you know, just like when you go to church, those are things that you believe in. And we need to start, you know, trying to believe in something as young people.
That's right.
And I say for those of y'all that, you know, really might not know what I'm talking about, y'all will get to that age soon. But those of y'all that's like, you know, saying 13, 14, 15 and up, y'all should know what I'm talking about, right? So as we go into the fall, what we want to do is start creating activities, start doing things so that we can actually get involved in our community, clean up the neighborhood, going around and trying to do tutoring, trying to help kids younger than us. Even y'all that's in high school, y'all can help, somebody that's in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade with their homework. Y'all learn the same math at some point. So it's things all of us can do to make our communities better. And while I just ask y'all, even if y'all don't try to come and work with us, which we will be doing something that y'all be seeing pretty soon, go do something, get active. Don't be sitting in the house, watching TV all day like I know most of y'all are actually doing. And that's just the message I want to bring to y'all. As somebody who's formerly, 13, 14, 15 years old, and as somebody who's, 21, about to be an adult.
Thank you. Can he get a round of applause? Round of applause? There you go. Hotep. 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 Y'all know what that means? That means peace. Today, when y'all leave here, y'all all should be saying Hotep. Because Hotep is, when you know what Hotep means, that means anything, all the problems you got outside of you don't even matter. Hotep is unshakable inner peace. So if I come to you and I call you out your name, you don't get mad because you know who you is. The only ones who react towards stuff like that is those who don't know themselves. You know who you are? Who are you? Huh?
Wayne.
Wayne? Wayne, can you tell me, name me your great-great-great-grandfather. Do you know who your great-great-great-grandfather is? Huh? Mr.
White.
That was your great-great-grandfather? So you know who he is? You know who your great-great-great-grandmother is? Huh? What's her name? Julia. Wow. So you know self. A lot of people can't do that. And that's the problem that we have amongst ourselves. I'm not coming here to be nice. Because life ain't nice. Including to y'all. Those babies in Africa, y'all same age, is getting murdered. Man. I don't want to give y'all a belief. I want to give y'all a knowing. Did y'all know in Africa it took 21 years to be a master? That means you had to learn the craft for 21 years. You know that? Huh? What you studying on? Huh? You should be studying. You should have a craft. You play games. What type of games you play? Come on up here. Come up here. Tell them what type of games you play.
Call of Duty, Black Ops, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2,
So, no, go ahead.
Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare, Homefront, Mercenaries 2.
You know who Marcus Garvey is? Huh? You know who Malcolm X is? You know who Huey P. Newton is? Huh? You know all them games, but you don't know these people. If I say Asabuhi and Dugu, you know what that is? You don't know what I said? That's African. That's African tongue. So why do you think they spend so much time giving you games than giving you what you really need? What can you teach me about Call of Duty that's gonna help me out in my life? No, I mean, it's serious. How old is you? 14? You know Emmett Till? Emmett Till. You know, Emmett Till was 14. Who knows Emmett Till? Anyone of y'all know Emmett Till? Come and tell me about Emmett Till. Come on, you raise your hand. He's gonna tell you about Emmett Till. How old was Emmett Till? He was 14, right? What happened to Emmett Till?
He got killed.
How he get killed?
Yo, why did he get killed?
Yeah, why did he get killed?
Because of these boys messing with a white girl.
Okay, Emmett Till was 14 years old. Emmett Till had took a trip from Chicago down to the South to visit some relatives, right? Now this is your story, not his story. See what I'm saying? Not his story. This is your story, which seems to be a mystery. This is why I'm telling you, his story. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now, Emmett Till, he was 14 years old. He went to go visit his relatives in the South, you know, and he went into a convenience store, you know, and him and his friends was having a conversation on what kind of girls they had, you know, and one of the young men said, you ain't never had a white girl. And Emmett Till said, I did have a white girl. You know, he said, well, if you did, prove it and call like that lady baby or something. And that's what he did. And don't you know, they snatched him out of his house and they murdered Emmett Till? Huh? They couldn't even recognize his face. And he was 14. Did you know that? You didn't know that. So why did they teach you about Call of Duty and not Emmett Till?
Teach, brother.
You don't know? So now you know Emmett Till, what you gonna do? How many books you read? You read books? Any of y'all read books? What's the last book you read? You should know if you read books. Oh, so you don't read books outside of school? Huh? When you go to the library? So what's your interest? You like Black history? Huh? Well, name me 3 people.
Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali.
Joe Louis. Jack Johnson. Sugar Ray Robinson.
I forgot his name.
This our future. These are you. I'm just proving here we got some work to do.
But Larry,
What they know?
can I just chime in for just a second?
What
Just
they
to
know?
help you out. I read USA Today one time. I read the USA Today a lot.
Marcus Garvey talks about how you got to read the newspaper, not only the Challenger, the black news, but the white news too, so you can know how you're going to differentiate. Anyway, they was talking about, who know Aaron Brooks, played for Houston Rockets, the little guard. Anyway, they was talking with, on some sections of the USA Today, they'll do a highlight of a player. So they did a highlight of him. What do you like to do? Of course, he's a grown man, he said he like to play video games. Okay, well, wait, now that we talk about books, they say, what's the last book you read? You know what that man put in the paper? He hadn't read a book since college.
That's deep. That's deep. So what can you tell me about Emmett Till? You know Emmett Till?
And they look up to them athletes, but they don't look up to Ali. I bet you couldn't ask Muhammad Ali, and he would tell you I ain't read it. And Ali didn't go to college.
There you go.
Neither did Malcolm X.
There you go. Ashe. Well, I got 10 principles that y'all can go by to help y'all out in life. If you follow these 10 principles, you'll be successful. That could be just a story to y'all. Because y'all be so focused on life, y'all have no time to think about that. The first one is
Control of thought.
control of thought. Y'all know what that means? What it mean?
When you control your thoughts.
How you control your thoughts? Tell me how.
I don't know.
Okay, control of thought is something like this, right? If it's not positive, you should immediately rush that thought outside your brain. So when you get the little stain, ain't that his name? Little stain, little stain. You know what I'm talking about, right? Huh? Yeah. Well, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, that's his name. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Control of thought. You see what I'm saying? Control of thought. That has no nutrition value in what we doing in terms of organizing. You see what I'm saying? Anybody who glorifies self-destruction should be completely rushed out of your thought, your mentality. This is how you control the thought. You see what I'm saying? Control the video games. You see what I'm saying? You should be dealing with balance. As much as video games as y'all play, y'all should be reading books. I got 700 books right now. Would you come to my library? I got a Nat Turner library. Would you come and read a book? Huh? Don't worry about it. Transportation is just minor. You'll come and read a book. Now y'all heard him. He said he's gonna read a book. He said he's gonna read a book. You heard him, right? Okay, okay. All right. Well, the next year, he should tell you about 100 books he read.
100?
Yeah, you should be able to read 100 books in a year, right?
Yeah, but you said up.
Oh, so you just gonna read one book and just call it a day? Nah, it don't work like that. Once you read, you gotta read more. You gotta read more. You know why they call it the library? Because that's where the lies are buried. You get it? Library, lies buried. You get it, right? See, that's why you should read books. Lil Wayne ain't gonna tell you who you is. He's not. If anything, he's gonna lead you in prison. True indeed. Next one, second.
Control of action.
Control of action. Now, you gotta master your thought to control your actions. You see what I'm saying? Because once you think like an evolutionary, you become an evolutionist. I don't like to use the word revolution, because revolution is just something that spirals in the same motion. But evolution has to happen. Like, your body has to grow, but your mentality can stay the same. You see what I'm saying? So control of action, meaning like, if it's not positive, don't do it. You know? You see what I'm saying? This is just two basic principles to follow. Even with those two principles, you'll be successful. You know? So you should learn to craft. You know how to work with wood? Anybody know how to work with wood? You work with wood? Are you a woodsman? Huh? So what do you do? What's your goal in life? Why was you put here on this earth? Why was you put here on this earth?
You got plenty of time to answer it. What he's telling you is just start looking for it.
Look, seriously, think about this. What were you put here to earth? Did they pull you out your mother's womb and say you're gonna work at McDonald's? Huh? Did they pull you out your mother's womb and say you're gonna be an athlete? LeBron James? That's what happened. LeBron James, that's what happened. He came out his mother's womb and smacked him. He said, oh, he's gonna be in the NBA. That's what happened. Yeah, well, you know. I appreciate your, what's that called, creativity? Because you're being creative, but that's not really what happened. You know, it's not. Huh? Oh, so you're going to be in the NBA, right? But you don't read books. Yeah, but it takes more than just to play basketball, yeah. And college going to have you read a whole bunch of nonsense. You know, so when you want to practice right now, you should have two books on you. You should have a set of books that tell you who you are, and a set of books that you need to tell them who they is. You see what I'm saying? Who are you? Who is you historically? How did your ancestors get to America? Huh? They were slaves, right? Right? And what language they speak? Before they were slaves. Well, African is broad. I mean, you got a lot of languages. You got Kiswahili, you got Arabic. They spoke Spanish? So you telling me that these Africans spoke Spanish? Don't you know it's in Spain? You know where Spain is? Spain, Spanish, Spanish? That's where it comes from. That's not in Africa. You know what Sankofa means? Sankofa means to go back and fetch your history. These are African words. Everything I'm using is an African copy. Sankofa means to go back and fetch your history. Or fetch your story. So when I say Sankofa, go back. You know? Like I said Asabuhi and Dungu, you don't know what I'm saying? No, just say good morning, brother. Right? That's easy. When you want to remember stuff like that, y'all want to know your natural tongue? Who wants to learn Swahili? Just a handful of people want to learn? You don't want to learn? You want to keep speaking English? Huh? So, what do you want to speak? You want to speak Spanish? You just don't want to talk? Want to go through life not talking? Huh? Because you got to communicate somehow. Like, you want to speak Spanish? You should speak Spanish. You should speak any language that doesn't just involve English. You know why? Because certain words in English don't exist in other languages. You know, if I say be, or if I say rape, pillage, steal, that don't exist. There's no way I can decipher that in Kiswahili. It only exists in English. Certain dialects, certain tones, you know, we count in Kiswahili, you know, Moja, Mbili, Taitu, Ene, Taino. You know, these are languages that belongs to y'all. And the only way y'all gonna get it is if y'all Sankofa. What I say Sankofa? Go back and fetch. Go back and fetch. Fetch your story. How often you talk to your grandparents? They're not gonna be here forever. Talk to them now.
Or your parents.
Yeah, even your parents. You know, they can tell you, your parents can tell you about things about yourself that you can't tell nobody else. Don't you think that's important for self? What about you? Don't you think that's important for self? Huh? What you want to be when you grow up?
Football player.
Football player. So what if you don't make it? Gotta think about that now. Gotta think about that now. You know what the Boys and Girls Club is? You ever been to the Boys and Girls Club? How about you start your own Boys and Girls Club? Can you see it? Huh? You know you Marcus Garvey, right? Did you know that? Huh? You didn't know that? No. Y'all know y'all just reflections of the ancestors, right? Y'all don't know that? How did you get here? You didn't just poof, right? Well, how'd your mother get here? How did she get here? How did she get here? That's the ancestors. So you should honor the ancestors, because without them, they couldn't be you. You know that? So how important is this, to say Ashe after we call on the ancestors? Is it important to y'all? Huh? What about you? Huh? What can you tell me about your ancestors? Nothing? Is it important to you to know about your ancestors? Alright, so how would you go about learning about your ancestors? You gonna go to school asking? Because they sure can't tell you. You know, they teach you Christopher Columbus discovered America, right? Everybody heard that, right? Huh? There you go. There you go. How he discovered America, there was people already here. You know who Christopher Columbus really is? Huh? He was what? He was fake. Fake. In terms of what? How was he fake? What did he lie about?
There's some, aside from him being fake, he also killed a whole bunch of people. There's a particular story, and I didn't learn this until maybe like a year or so ago. When Christopher Columbus and all the people on his ship discovered Hispaniola, they landed on the island and they decided, well, we're here to find gold, let's see, what we can find. Now, there's already people there. These people saw these ships, came out and gave them gifts, and some of it was like small gold trinkets and stuff, to welcome them. These like strange people, we'd never seen them before. Now, what did Christopher Columbus do in return? They enslaved them. Right off the boat, they enslaved all these people. There was 1 million people on this island when they first came there in 1492. 20 years later, there was about 5,000. What do you think happened to the rest of those people? Not just died, they were murdered. There was a story, Christopher Columbus and a priest and another one of his troops used to go on walks into the mountains. And what they used to have the Indians do is have them go and find gold for them. The Spanish, they said, we're too good to go and find this stuff for ourselves, we're gonna make you guys do it. Like they did us with the plantations. So if you found gold, you got a little medallion that showed that, you did your work for the day. And if you were caught without a medallion, they either took whoever was on you and beat you and, kept you moving, or if they felt like it, they would kill you. And that was how a lot of people died. But because there wasn't that much gold, but the Spanish didn't care. They were like, you're going to find something for us. So there was this particular story. Christopher Columbus and two of his guys, these priests walking in the mountains, and they run across this little boy. Now, the little boy had a medallion on. He found gold earlier that day. But he also had an emerald on, little green stone. Very expensive. Y'all probably seen emerald before, right? Well, the little boy gave Christopher Columbus an emerald. And, they kept walking. Christopher Columbus' friend that was with him decided, hey, let's go grab this little boy real quick. They turned around, grabbed the kid, and they killed him. Just for the fun of it. And they spent the rest of the day walking with a priest, talking about how fun it was to kill that kid for no reason. That's who Christopher Columbus was. By the time he died, there was no indigenous people left on the island. They were all dead completely. This is who they're teaching y'all about in school. So if they teaching y'all about somebody who killed a lot of people, mostly for no reason, what else could they be teaching y'all about that's not true or that's really wrong?
Yeah, that's deep. That's true. In fact, we all live to some certain degree a Christopher Columbus mentality. You see, Christopher Columbus was the first one to come to so-called Americas, rape, pillage, steal, and kill. These are the actions of the people or the citizens today. When they rape, pillage, steal, and kill. Y'all know Jeffrey Amherst? You know where Amherst Street at?
Yeah.
But y'all don't know Jeffrey Amherst. They named the street after him. Jeffrey Amherst. That's what Amherst is named after. You know what he did? He gave smallpox to the Native Americans in the form of blankets. Exterminate them all. And we got street names after him. Where's your Marcus Garvey Street at? Somebody tell me where Marcus Garvey Street at? No? We don't have one, right? Where Malcolm X Boulevard? No, but we got Jeffrey Amherst. Ain't this awareness? Y'all know what awareness is? Think about it. What's awareness? Huh?
Things you see around you?
To be aware of the things that we see around us. You got something to say? What's food? What's food? Let's deal with what's food. Something you eat, right? But you said food though. What's real food? You eat like a slave? I think you do. Huh? Because when the slave master brought us from brought us from Africa to America, he didn't have our foods with him. You see what I'm saying? He didn't bring our foods. He didn't say, well, this is what they eat. So we eat like him. Right? Think about it. Think about it. You were snatched away from your natural diet, right? You used to eat apples, oranges, bananas, mangoes in Africa. Right? Now you eat hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken wings. Right? So how did you get that? How did you get that? Huh? No. How did you get that diet? How did you know to have hot dogs, burgers, and all that? How did you get that? Right. But what was the slave's diet before that? Now I ask you again, do you eat like a slave? Why not? Why not? Tell me why not. Huh? You gotta change your thought now? Huh? You don't know? Huh? See, I want to make y'all into believers. Who remember the song, I Believe I Can Fly? Y'all believe that song? Y'all remember that song? R. Kelly, I Believe I Can Fly? Well, what if we were smart enough to tell R. Kelly to go to the highest mountain to prove it? What's gonna happen?
He going back.
Huh? No, but he believes he can fly, though. Right? I'm saying he believes he can fly, right? Can he fly? Because he believe it, right? Huh?
Well, if you believe hard enough.
Oh, so if I believe hard enough, you tell me I can fly?
Probably.
That's all it takes? Because I believe for a long time that black folks should be liberated. We still in the same situation. So what's belief, though?
What you believe in.
Okay, if I said I need directions around the corner, you say, I believe it's down Lanefield, to the left, to the right. Can I take you seriously, though?
Yeah, because I live with you.
Yeah, but you said, I believe. You don't really know. You just said, I believe. You see what I'm saying? Belief is not knowing. You don't know. There's no man alive that can prove a belief. Tell me. And if you can prove a belief, it ain't a belief. It's something you know. You see? We stuck on belief. You believe. What you believe in? You don't know what to believe in. Okay, huh? Being invisible. You believe that you can be invisible. That's interesting. You know Ralph Ellis? He had a book called The Invisible Man. And I think you just picked your first book. Yeah, you did. And this book is thick, too. Yeah, it's called The Invisible Man. You believe you can be invisible? I want you to read this book. Because you're talking like Ralph Ellis was talking. What do you believe in? What you believe in? You believe in peace? You believe in harmonious? You believe in love? You don't believe in that? What you believe in? What you believe in? What you believe in? Huh? You believe in heaven and hell? Huh? You believe in God? Do you know God? Huh? You don't know God, but you believe him. I can accept that. So when you gonna meet him? So when y'all gonna meet him? Huh? Do you know that? You know that? You know you're gonna meet God when you die. How you know that? Huh? So tell me, what he gonna look like? What language you gonna speak? So how you know you're gonna meet him? How you know it's gonna be him? How? It could be a her. How you know? Huh? It is a her. Your God is your mother. No? You don't believe it? You got a belly button, right? You got a belly button? He got a belly button. Life? Everybody that comes to life has a belly button.
No.
No? Who? Who? No. Deformed people do have belly buttons. Yeah, you know, it was once called the umbilical cord stuck to you. In order for life to happen, you would have to be connected to that umbilical cord. What you say?
Isn't the umbilical cord how you feed the baby in?
So how did you eat? If you ain't had no umbilical cord. Huh? Think about it. God is mom and dad. When you was a baby, and you doodled on yourself, that was the one who came and cleaned you up. She fed you, clothed you, birthed you. She had to listen to your cries. Yeah, that's your God. You should honor her, too. And the reason why we treat our mothers the way we do is because we don't look at her as what she is. God. Right? Right? Your mother she was your first teacher. She taught you how to walk. You know, the first baby steps and stuff. She taught you how to walk. She taught you how to think. She taught you what to think. She disciplined you when you was bad. Yeah. That's love right there. You know. See, spell good. Spell good.
G-O-O-D.
Okay, take one O from good.
God.
Okay. Spell evil.
E-V-I-L.
Add a D to it.
Even.
Add a D to it.
Spell it.
D-E-V-I-L. What's that say? Okay. Now all you did was add a D to evil, right? These are attributes. You got it in yourself. Look, you God and the devil at the same time. You know how? You have the ability to do good and do bad, right? So if we say we God and we want to be God, right? Shall we do good? Huh? If I'm hungry, would you feed me? If I'm starving, would you feed me? Huh? You wouldn't? Well, then you see, that's just merely the attribute you practicing, which represents that devil. You see what I'm saying? See, those who don't want to see life is just a mere representation of the devil. Y'all want to see life, right? Y'all know what the mean? You know what this means? Huh? What it mean? Because I'm put you on the spot. You know what it mean? No, that's a good guess. Tranquility, that's a good word, but it's not tranquility. What do you mean? Life. What's that mean? Black power? How much black power you got? Do you know what melanin is? Huh? See, you don't know what melanin is. That's okay. We gonna work it out. We gonna learn some things today, okay? Melanin is the component that makes your skin dark. You know what I mean? That means you one with the sun.
Wow. Small burn.
You know? Because the sun don't kill you. You know what skin cancer is? You know what leprosy is?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Now, how did you get skin cancer? Sun. You think you ever get skin cancer? Why? No. You'll never get skin cancer because you have melanin. He has melanin. It's the dark substance that makes our skin black. And it keeps the rays from the sun from penetrating throughout to our skin that causes cancer. So you, my friend, my African, can stand under the sun so long and just get blacker. That's it. You know, but European people, when they do that, they say they can't just so happen to fall asleep under the sun. It can be destructive. It can hurt. It burns them up. So you kissed by the sun. You are the child of the sun. You know what I mean? Not the S-O-N, but the S-U-N. See what I'm saying? Know that. You know, so when those school teachers, try to set you apart away from your mother, you just simply tell them like, look, I'm a child of the sun. You know? You hit them. You hit them in their head. Hit them in their consciousness. You know, these are words of wisdom. These are things that they're not going to teach you in school. In school, what grade you in? You're in 7th grade. What high school you going to? What high school you going to? No. You haven't even thought about it. You should start, you keep a journal? You should keep a journal. You keep a journal? Hey, you don't keep journals? You like to write? What do y'all do? Y'all just play games? Wow. Y'all go outside? No? Just here once in a while? Oh. So you're not even under the sun. You're under synthetic light, right? You know what synthetic light is, right? Light that's not real light. You know, like a light bulb. Yeah, a synthetic light. You know, that can be a bad cause to your skin too.
I asked them, do they know when it's Columbus?
Have you ever put your feet in grass? You just felt your feet in the dirt in your toes? No? You need to. Because you're one with nature too. You're one with nature. You know what I'm saying? How are you one with nature? Because you're a part of nature. Don't your hair grow naturally? Right? You're natural. You know, you should be eating natural foods like natural lemons, natural bananas, and things of that sort. You know that, right? How you know that? Or you just agree with me? Huh? You eat fruit? What kind of fruit? You know how to grow fruit? How you grow fruit? Huh? Huh? It's just that easy? Every day? That's it? So, the times, what time the sun come out, that don't matter? Whether it's gonna rain or not, that don't matter? Yeah? Well, how you calculate the way the sun comes? You wanna learn how to grow crops? Yeah. You wanna close this up? You wanna say some words? It's okay. All right, well, you know, it was fun. Anybody else want to give some words of wisdom to the young one right here? What about you, B? Come on, B. Tell him something. Because he needs to see heroes. Who's your hero? Curtis who? 50 Cent? That's your hero? Oh, man. So you wouldn't take Marcus Garvey as a hero? You wouldn't take Malcolm X as a hero? What did 50 Cent do for you? He taught you how to rap. Okay, so why are you not living the life 50 Cent is living? Huh? You're not going main yet? What you mean, mainstream? Oh, you're not a grown man. But there's rappers your age. If he taught you how to rap, why you ain't rich? You know what rich is?
Sorry,
you know what being rich is?
What's that?
What's that? Yeah, well, why have, so if I have a lot of knowledge, what you call that? Wisdom? Yeah, but wouldn't that be considered something as being rich? You know what money is? You know who makes the money? You know what the Federal Reserve is? I don't know. These are people who make money. Yeah, they make it.
How everybody doing? My name BJ, stands for Beautiful Journey. You really can't be mad at the kids because they don't know a lot of this because it starts at home. The problem is most of our parents and grandparents don't know a lot of this to incorporate this in our lives. But today, hopefully, we start trying to get an understanding of who we are and what we are as a people. You know, we know a lot about George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and the rest of them, but you start talking about Marcus Garvey or Nat Turner or Demar Beasley or Malcolm X or Elijah Muhammad, and none of us know none of these people. And I think, you know, we should try to make a change and turn that around. We're never too old to learn, and elders don't be afraid to learn from the youngsters because they are the future, but we also got to teach.
That's right.
You know, I'm not a big spokesman, so I just wanted to lay that down, and Ashe.
I say.
At this time, at this hour, we take a moment to remember our ancestors in the past. One in particular.
And those who cheat provoke them to breach their laws, so they must be gun sunshine to them.
For those of us who do not know, the pictures that we see in front of us that are on display, and the picture here is of Baba Simba, who we all know and love. Some of you youngsters might not know Baba Simba, but Baba Simba was there for us, taking us in action as we commenced our work to gain our freedom, right? In order to gain the freedom, it takes work to gain the freedom. And Baba Simba captured us as we expressed our culture, as we did our work, as we tried to reclaim our ancestors, the fortunes of our ancestors, the legacy of our ancestors. Baba Simba was there for us. At this time, we hit one in honor of Baba Simba. And then what we would do is that we'll go right into our culture show and our rally. In honor of Baba Simba. Let me ask Brother Boubacar to give us some words. Baba Simba.
Yes, peace and love. As you all know,
I was like Baba Simba's caretaker at the end. And it was truly a privilege for me because as we celebrate Marcus Garvey's Earth Day, Baba Simba was a Garveyite. Marcus Garvey started a lot. The Nation of Islam, my mother's sitting right here, Sister Shirley, my grandmother, her mother, they have on record who was corresponding with Elijah Muhammad. So that's how long my family's been in the nation on my mother's side. My father, he's from Uniontown, Alabama. Now most people think that the Black Panthers come from California or Chicago. Well, y'all, the Black Panthers started in Lowndes County, Alabama. My father and them is from Perry County, Alabama. In other words, they some strong black men. They got guns and they ain't scared to shoot them, especially dealing with a cracker, okay? So I got that on my back. And Baba Simba, when he met my father, he was like, yo! You know Baba Simba was a strong black man. He said, yo, your daddy got guns everywhere. My father got guns in the garage, in the stable. And convicted, he been to prison. But don't feel no way, because as Malcolm would say, if you a black man in America, you born in prison. So don't be scared to go to prison. Sometimes, now, don't go to prison for the wrong reasons, because Baba Simba would say that if you're going to prison for selling drugs to your community, you should be there. But if you're going to jail for standing up, more fire. That's how we do it. So when I get locked up, my government name is Curtis E. Jackson. That's what my parents gave me. Not no bumba cloud 50 Cent either, okay? That retard, he ain't even from New York, okay? 50 Cent. You can't buy a cup of coffee with 50 Cent. My father, big truck, okay? My father been in big trucks a long time. My mother retired from the phone company. 37 years, she started as a teller. Was the first woman, not just white, black woman, first woman in Western New York collecting coins out of the payphones. And when she retired, she was way up there, okay? Way up there, okay? So anyway, that's how we blaze fire. So me, Jackson Construction, degree in political science, minor in international affairs. I never want to be a politics here in America. But Africa, Garvey, this symbol. Garvey talked about a USA. We ain't talking about the United States of America. We talking about the United States of peace and love.
Marcus Garvey. Long live the masses of African people who are today scattered and suffering in different parts of the globe. Rise up, our people. Now is the time. For the babies, we march forward. For the children, we march forward. For the babies, we stand today, and we stand tomorrow, and forever, henceforth, until truth sets us to the reality. Marcus Garvey Day, it's nice to see y'all. My brother Tahaka. Let me substitute for my brother Larry, doing a good job on the mic. We're gonna go on with our rally. We have some speakers here. We have some entertainment. Everybody, clap your hands for the drummers. Put your hands together for the drummers. Give them thanks. Touch the earth. Everybody touch the earth for the drummers. Touch the earth for the drummers. On this street. Yes. A people united will never be defeated.
Give yourself a round of applause for being able to come out here and be unified tonight or today. Give yourself a round of applause. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. We got somebody important we want to bring out, you know, to honor. He's been doing tremendous work in this community for years, for decades. You know, he's a man that don't need any introduction. Charlie Fisher. There you go. Y'all give it up a black hand for Charlie Fisher. There you go.
Abarigani. What are the matters of the day? In Zuri Sana. I don't have any matters, but I bring you greetings in the name of the Lord. Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed an honor to be here, and just for a moment or two, I'm so riveted by the spiritual move. Just listening to the drums of my brother Baye and all of the brothers and sisters. We were moved. A master drummer sat at the feet of Catherine Dunham, and he honors us, all of these beautiful people. I'm glad to be here, Brother Minister, all of you, the Lord's people. I want to say to you today, as we honor this important day, UNIA, U-N-I-A, to think back just 80 years ago, there were 6 million Africans. Out of that time, 28 million Africans in America, 6 million were registered with the UNIA. I think about the vision to say Africa for all Africans at home and abroad. Africa for all Africans at home and abroad. And so today in 2011, we're here in the African community of Buffalo with 140,000 Africans who generate $800 million. We're in a country with 45 million Africans who generate $800 billion. And we're in a world, in the earth, in which 1.5 billion Africans generate $1.5 trillion. In other words, we are here in this place, America, and we're sitting on half of the money that Africans have in the world. Yet, it is said of us, in the Meta Nature, may it be said of us that none were wretched. Irmat, speak truth, Jezmat, do justice. The $800 million that we Africans here in Buffalo and West New York generate, the 140,000 of us, only $8 million is spent with other Africans. Say Ashe. 1 cent on every dollar is spent with an African. What if we listened to the great voice that said Africa for all Africans? Therefore, what if we took and said we will spend a dime out of every dollar? That would be $80 million. If we spent a dime out of every dollar for Africans in America, that would be $800 billion. 80 billion would go to our existing 15,000 African businesses. I don't have any message of division. I don't have any message. I only say let us come together, and I'm thrilled to be amongst you, wonderful, beautiful people. I can see why he said, you great and mighty people, and we are a great and mighty people. We are great and mighty. So may I invoke the name of our father of Buffalo, Joseph Hodge. May I say it that Black Joe came here in 1789. We are standing on the shoulders of those who go before us. Joseph Hodge came to this place, and even the indigenous native brethren were not here. They were in Lewiston, and they were in Niagara Falls, what is now Niagara Falls, and Joseph Hodge came to the waterfront, and he settled. And the Seneca brothers and sisters gave him a woman, and he married her. He was the first businessman in Buffalo. The first citizen was a black man. Say Ashe. Who would argue with me today? You can even Google if you want, whoever Google was, but you can Google and look it up right now on those of you who have a handheld device, and see Joseph Hodge. A black man came here in 1789. May I dispel the myth, brother minister, about Joseph Ellicott and Mr. Winnie and those who came after Joseph Hodge? Joseph Hodge was here first. That's the truth. Speak truth and do justice. So the first businessman in Buffalo was a black man. The first citizen of Buffalo was a black man. The first man to open a business. He's the father of what became Buffalo Village. And so we now must wake up to our history. Even Brother Arthur Eve used to say, as he quoted someone, minute by minute and hour by hour, when you lose your history, you lose your power. Our young people don't know the truth, that an African began this place, Buffalo. And we go on the waterfront, a place here in Buffalo with the most fresh water in the world, Brother Minister. Yes, sir. Between Lake Erie and Lake Ontario and Buffalo River, Niagara Falls, the most fresh water in the world, the closest proximity to Canada, the most hydropower in North America, the most available waterfront. And we go to the waterfront, and what do we see? The Urugu. We see people who do not look like us. And our father was there first. I'm not going to take a lot of time to minute to speak, but I'm here to say we must reclaim what is ours. Kwanzaa Kajufa said they stole it, but you must return it. So the waterfront belongs to us. May I just speak that we're not relegated to a councilman district of University or Maston or Ellicott or Fillmore. We are citizens first. And so we were on the waterfront. And when you go to the waterfront today, my brother, what you see is a lot of development, $700 million development, equal to just about what we earn every year as Africans in West New York, down there on the waterfront. And we have elected officials and leaders breaking ground with gold shovels and digging up the earth and talking these very significant things, pontificating. May I say that the next time, my brothers and sisters, somebody comes with a gold shovel and decides to leave out people who look like you and I, we are going to be there with black shovels. Ashe. Ashe. I want you to understand, no more. I don't care about what we didn't do 10 years ago and who didn't elect who and who didn't do this and that. From now on, may I say this? My brothers and my sisters, tell our children to renew the instructions of their mothers and fathers, and therefore the BUILD organization has been reconstituted and rebirthed 3 weeks ago. As a vision, we acted on it, and we're at 1327 Jefferson Avenue, near East Utica. in the capital of the community. Yes, right there where the Frederick Douglass Library is, in the Apollo Telecommunications Center, in the Challenger newspaper, and the group ministries. So now there is an office of the BUILD organization, Build Unity, Independence, Liberty, and Dignity. I know it's a time this might be a little boring, but might I just tell you, if you know of any African people that has been abused, mistreated, violated, in trouble, in need of care, disrespected, then I need you to come and file a complaint. We are open 9 to 5 professionally, and then some. Come to the BUILD organization. Because 35 years ago, BUILD organization, when a caseworker got out of line and disrespected you, 30 or 40 people might show up within the hour. Because we were organized, and it's time to reorganize. Marcus Garvey, the Honorable Marcus Garvey, taught us to be organized. That's why we can have 6 million members in the UNIA. We must organize. Certainly the Nation of Islam was organized and is organized. It takes organization, and we as a community must be organized. Let me hear about another groundbreaking. Let me hear about another school. Okay? So I found out that the NFTA has 100 police officers. And you know how many are African men? None. No one that looks like you, my brother. Not one that's a patrolman. One sister, no, out of 100. These jobs pay $75,000, including overtime. You start out at about $50,000 a year to be an NFTA police officer. I'm here to tell you today there are qualified men and women who have 60 credit hours and are at least 21 years of age who could have these jobs, but we've been invaded by an occupying army. Somebody say Ashe. I know you thought you wouldn't get some political talk. I've got no political talk for you about who to vote for. The hell with this politics. Let's talk about the truth here. You've got an occupying army from Jamestown and the southern tier coming in taking $75,000 jobs to abuse you and abuse me and abuse my little sister at the bus stop and on the train. And they've got so far now that they've gone beyond the trains because of some authority. Now, I'm going to conclude my remarks. I could just tell you much about this, but we're organizing. We've had 25 complaints in the BUILD organization. So, anyone that has an issue, please send them to BUILD. There are some 77, 78 members now in just 3 weeks. An office full of furniture and equipment and forms that are to be filled out. We have 23 complaints now. So, I, in the tradition and the honor of Marcus Garvey, say now let us wake up, you sleeping giant, you mighty nation. Let's wake up. Let's spend our money with ourselves. Let's love ourselves. Let's respect ourselves. And when we are mistreated, let's defend ourselves. If anything that I can do is to defend myself, my community. And that's why when Kevin Allen was shot on Linwood by an NFTA officer in the back, you know what happened? That officer had seen that the man was driving something, the plate wasn't right, and he stopped him. And I guess he came out of his mouth incorrectly, and the young brother whooped him up. And then took his pepper spray and pepper sprayed him. Oh, I know this is quiet. Y'all quiet now. Yeah, and so after he got whooped up and pepper sprayed with his own pepper spray, then as the brother was walking out like a coward, that officer shot him in the back. Your job is to worry about a bus stop and a train station and the bus terminal in the airport, and you're worried about somebody with a traffic signal. Oh, I know I'm telling the truth. Somebody say Ashe. Let us organize, my brothers and sisters. The BUILD organization is here to honor the memory of Marcus Garvey and to do more, because it says our history begins with the words and action that we take today. Someone say Ashe. Our history begins now going forward with what we do today. Man, my brothers and my sisters, tell our children, To renew the instructions of the mothers and fathers, my sisters and my brothers, the citizen hears the voice. Now this is old African Kemetic language I'm saying from the Metanetia, but I would just conclude by saying, may it be said of us in the day of our passing that none was wretched. May it be said of us that what we did, because to do nothing, to know that your brothers and sisters are being abused and disenfranchised and miseducated, and to sit back and just go about our way, that is wretched. Let us rise up and be more than that, to speak truth and do justice. Mat, speak truth, ear mat. Judge mat, do justice. God bless you, Asante Sana.
I give a round of applause up. Charlie Fisher. Man, woo! What can I say after that? I mean, we know the importance of the organizing. There you go right there. I hope you got that on tape. That was big. What I like to do is I like to say that we have a couple of vendors, and because we out here supporting Marcus Garvey, who preach do for self. I want y'all to take a look. Anytime y'all got the time, take a look at the vendors and, you know, purchase something, you know, if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it. You know, get a number, it could be purchased later. We got, Marcus Garvey had 4 attributes, I'm gonna call it. But he had 4 principles, basically. You know, first principle was love for self. You know, love for self is important, you know, but to love for self is to know self. Because if we think we love for self and we don't know self, then we wind up loving the wrong person. You see, all of us got somebody in our heads telling us to do things, whether we realize it or not. You know, because the simple point is we all speak English, but I'm looking at a lot of Africans here. You know, so my next question is, how did we get English? You know, and can we truly love self, knowing that we speak speak the language of our enemies? My topic today is just to love self, you know, but I don't want us to love a false perception of what self's supposed to be, because we all been taught by the enemies, you know, and some of us hasn't been able to get over that miseducation, as Carter G. Woodson says. You see, so love for self is important, though. How many of us know what melanin is? Melanin is the component that makes the skin black. You know, it has a direct relationship with the sun. The S-U-N, not the S-O-N. You know, the sun. You know, the very thing that comes out every morning. If the sun don't come out every morning, we all in trouble. You know, forget the education. You know, if the sun don't come out, we all in trouble. So love for self. You know, love and to love for self is to love nature. Because we are one with nature. So every time we destroy something unknowingly, every time we kill one bird out the sky, unjust, it's like us killing a part of ourselves. See, death and destruction has been created and promoted by our enemies. We take on the ideology of our enemies, whether we realize it or not. We do it consciously and we do it unconsciously. You know, our enemies has ways of making subliminal messages to get us not to love self. You know, I see little babies. I don't like to call them kids, because kids are goats. And not any one of us in here are qualified to have a goat. We have children, we have trees. See what I'm saying? So what I want to say is, I want to say that we need to look at ourselves as human beings. You know, let's do some more research on the language we use, because language has energy, language has power, and it's impossible for me to love myself if I'm speaking a language that I don't know nothing about. You know, what kills me is to see these beautiful black babies with Hannah Montana shirts on. Don't even look right. You know, they'll never be Hannah Montana. I seen a clipping the other day on the news, and this little black girl just wanted a Hannah Montana wig. She hated her hair. She felt that her hair she wanted her hair to be like Hannah Montana's. You know, these are the images that we going, that's making us unable to love self. You see? See, when I go into the store and I want to buy myself a black superhero, I can't. Because his superheroes don't exist. You know, one little boy said, Hancock. Now, Hancock was a drunk. You know, so what's that saying? No matter how heroic we be, we always got our flaws. You see what I'm saying? It's impossible to love self when you watching TV or tell live vision, tell live to your vision. Because every time you turn the channel, it's just right. You rarely see yourselves. So in terms of truly loving self, we have to have the image to tell us what self is. You know, so many of us, of our elders or old ones, miss that. They miss to tell self, tell us about self. Because of course, most of them had to go to work. You know, so they neglected the part or our story. They failed to let us know our stories. That's why we running around here walking wounded. You know, with no historical value. You know, some young ones say, that was just in the past. You know, that was, those lynchings, you know, what happened to Emmett Till, you know, that was yesterday, you know. But they don't realize the truth, the present and the past is one. You can't know where you're going unless you know where you came from. You know, so if our history, like Dr. Ben says, if our story, or Amos Wilson, he said if our story or our history is not important, you should forget about wanting to walk. Because walking is a part of history. You should forget about wanting to communicate. Because communication is part of history. This is something our ancient ancestors came up with. You know, we looking at the oldest people known to mankind. You know, they want us to know, they want us to learn about, teach us that we came from apes. That's false. We came from the Twa. These little small Twa people. You know, that lived near the Nile Valley where Hopi dwelled. This is our story. This is not just his story, this is our story. You see, our story seems to be a story. We don't know. We can't act as self. We can't love self if we know not history. How we gonna love self if we don't know Marcus Garvey? We don't know Harriet Tubman. You know, not just what his story want us to know, but our story in its natural form, in its purest form. This is what we're talking about, love for self. When we look in the mirror, how many of us accept the images that come back? Huh? A lot of us think it's just something else we can do to make ourselves a little bit better. You know, let me straighten my hair. Let me get some tattoos on my face. You know, this is a false illusion. You see what I'm saying? Our enemies have a way of making a clown look attractive. So what we do is we dress up and act just like clowns. You know, and then when we try to do something positive outside the norm, we be called crazy. You know, so it seems to me is today's crazy is today's normal, and today's normal is today's crazy. The fight for freedom and liberation isn't crazy. But if you think you're free and you think you're liberated, how can then I tell you to fight for freedom and liberation when you already think you're free? Yeah, psychology. You know, this is what they play. You know, because if I can teach a man to think the way I want him to think, I don't have to do anything to control his body. And this is what the idiot box doing. This is what the schools are doing. You know, we go to school for what? What we go to school for, brother? What we go to school for? Education. Okay. Right. Now we get educated why? So we can get jobs. But guess what? Ain't no jobs. Ain't no jobs. You know, so the next question is, what are we being educated for? For what? Basically, you know, Khaled Muhammad said, no matter where you go in the world, There'll always be a society where the white is on the top and black is on the bottom. No matter where you go, Mecca, Africa, China, India, wherever you go, on this part of the world, there will always be a society that's black on bottom and white on top. You know, I had a young one come up to me the other day. He said, after I explained everything, his historical aspect, just in 15 minutes, he asked me, if that's true, then why are white people better than us? And it took me for a minute, you know, and I had to come up with something quick, but something that was true. And I told him that we think that European people better than us. That's what makes them better than us. The minute a whole generation of black people say we're not going to take this anymore, we're not going to take welfare, we're not going to take this falsification of health care, we're not going to take none of that no more, then we become better than our oppressors. See, our oppressors rely on us to think unconsciously. You know, conscience. We have to be conscious. You know, when the police pull up and dude laid out, one of the things they say is, he's unconscious. Well, a lot of us are walking unconscious. We don't know our past, present, the future. You know, it's as if I say, where you going? You tell me, I don't know, but I call you when I get there. Doesn't even make any sense. So what we need in our community is the need to make sense, the need to make truth. And there's principles that we have to master before we learn how to love self. First of all, we have to accept self. You know, accept the fact that we were gods and goddesses, and we still are gods and goddesses. You know, there's no creation without your creation. You know, we build pyramids. We build pyramids. You know, they call it one of the wonders of the world. You know why? Because they still wonder on how we build it. You see what I'm saying? We build pyramids. We studied on the pineal gland. You know, we knew what chakras was and kundalinis. And we knew how to invoke those kundalinis and chakras. Meditation was just a daily practice in the ancient world. And this is a society that I'm talking about that had love for self. See, when they named Kemet, which is Egypt, the Black Land, they named it the Black Land because they had love for self. You know, now we got a need to be confused. Ask 100 black people, Africans. What race are you? You know, I'm colored, I'm a Negro, I'm this, I'm that. If we can't see ourselves in a collective, in a collective view, then we're always gonna be led astray. We always gonna have certain sects. Well, I don't mess with them because they believe in this type of theology, or I don't mess with them because they believe in this type of theology, or I have a problem with them. One of the things Malcolm said was we should argue our differences in the closet. You know, because how are we gonna come out here, have an argument, and our enemy looking at us argue? As long as our enemy watching us argue, he can always dictate the outcome of the argument.
I say.
You know? You know? In fact, they rely on our ignorance for courts, police brutality. You know, all of this is not just a love for self, but it's a hatred for self. Anytime we allow these organizations to thrive. We got the next.
Hello, brothers and sisters. Most of y'all, I would hope, know me a little bit. My father, Huru Musa, I'm Brother Jamal. Right now, I want to introduce my dear brother David. If you want to come up and give a message.
Ashe!
In the most holy name of Allah, to be never sent, the merciful, I bear witness that there is but one God whose proper name is Allah. And of course, we may know him by many different names, but we're not here today to argue about what his names are. Some may know him as Elohim, others call him Yahweh, he is known as Jah. But in the Holy Quran, we are told that if you want to say all of his names, at one time you simply say Allah, which means all in all. And I know some people remember Earth, Wind, and Fire had that album,
called All in All. And so we're familiar with All in All, and so we don't want to run the risk of failing to give the proper amount of credit, praise, honor, glory, and respect to Almighty God, Allah. So when we say Allah, we're saying all of his names at one time. And so in his name, I want to open up in the name of Allah and bear witness to the oneness of God and the oneness of his prophets, the oneness of the prophetic community, and the oneness of the scriptures that all of them brought. The same God who raised up Abraham is the same God who raised up Moses. The same God who raised up Moses is the same God who raised up Elijah. And that one God is the same God who raised up Jesus and Muhammad. And so we're not going to debate or argue or be divided over that, but we just simply want to give praise, credit, and honor to Almighty God, Allah, and thank him for his wonderful blessings that he bestows upon us each and every day without measure. And I want to greet you in the name of those prophets and all of those great ones who came before us, who maybe we know their name, and then some whose name we don't know. But yet and still, they gave their life and their essence and their being to the struggle of the rise and elevation of our people. So in their names, I want to greet you, my beautiful, wonderful sisters and my wonderful, powerful brothers, with the greeting words of peace and paradise as we say it in the language of our fathers, the original language of the human family. Assalamu alaikum, Hotep, free the land, Shalom alaikum, all of the universal greetings that we all know. But brothers and sisters, you don't find a man like the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey every day. You don't find a man like Marcus Garvey just popping up somewhere. It's never an accident when a man like Marcus Garvey comes along. But a man like Marcus Garvey is a man who is shaped and molded out of the womb of the circumstance and condition of the people. It is the desires and the yearnings and the longings of the people to be free that actually shapes a child in the womb and shapes that child for a destiny. That child is shaped in the womb of a woman just like any other man or woman is shaped in the womb of a woman. But that child is shaped according to the hopes and the dreams and the aspirations of a people who long and yearn to be free. So that child is shaped in the womb, and he comes out of the womb an ordinary looking child. But he doesn't see the same way that most people see. He doesn't think the same way that most people think. He does not hear the same way and see circumstances the same way that most people see. But that person, that child, is actually the answer to the prayers and the hope and the longing of an entire people. And so this Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey is a man who is shaped by the circumstances and the conditions and the longing of the people, the yearning of the people. You have all heard the saying that the ends justifies the means. That means that whatever the condition is, in order to remove ourselves from that condition, in order to reach that goal, then the means of it has to justify that great end of what the goal is. And so black people, our condition, I know all of us will agree, our condition has called for not some Johnny-come-lately kind of leader. Our condition does not require some Rudy Poop, punkified, a milquetoast, faggot-like leader. Our condition does not call for someone who will compromise, who will be sold out, who will buy out, or somebody who will fall down and be turned weak and milquetoast on the mission. But our condition has produced the greatest, the most articulate, the most eloquent, the most organized, the most charismatic, the most magnetically attractive, the most powerful and profound leaders have been produced from the wombs of beautiful black women just like the ones who are sitting here right now. Our condition required that. Our condition called for that. And our condition was so far down in the mud, so dark was our condition, that our condition had to produce a man like Marcus Garvey. Our condition had to produce a man like Malcolm X, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, all of these great ones who went before us. If you look at other nations of people, we have had the best leadership that anybody could hope for, pray for, or wish for. We have had some of the most powerful luminary stars, a constellation of stars when it comes to leadership from black people. But Marcus Garvey is a man born from the desires, the hopes, the dreams and aspirations of the people. So sisters, you have to be very careful. No matter how negative the circumstance is, no matter how negative the condition is or how hopeless it may look, it is out of that very dark condition, that very seemingly hopeless condition that will shape and form a child of destiny that is the answer to all of the hopes and dreams that we've been praying for. There is no cure for a disease that falls out of the sky. There is no heaven in the sky. The only thing in the sky is a white cloud, and you and I have been taught to think that we can go up in the sky and sit on a white cloud and drink white milk and have white chicken wings coming out of our back with a white toga on, drinking white honey going through some pearly white gates. You're the only black thing that's happening in heaven, but there is no heaven in the sky. There is no cure for any disease that ever came out of the sky. There is no invention that ever came out of the sky. There is no proposal, no resolution, no idea, no vision that has ever come down out of the sky. But all ideas, all vision, all civilization, all proposals and all resolutions and cures and every answer that we have ever needed has come from the mind of a human being. And that mind is shaped in the womb of a mother. And so mothers have to be very careful what happens around their womb when they have conceived a child. And don't ever allow an enemy to convince you that you should kill the fruit of your womb because of a negative circumstance. Don't ever allow the enemy to trick you into the birth control death plan as the most honorable Elijah Muhammad told us about. Never think that because you are so poor or don't have money that you should murder the child that is in your womb, because even if you don't murder that child, the thought of murder goes into the womb, because every thought, the chemistry of your thoughts becomes the bloodstream of that child. The chemistry of your thoughts begins to shape and mold the shape of the mind and the thinking of that child. So if you want to produce a Jesus, if you want to produce an Abraham, as the Bible says, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. And so that child came from a woman. And so you have to be very careful about your thoughts, sister. While we're on this subject, all of these reality shows, Jersey Shore and all of these Run's House and The Flavor of Love and I Love New York, all of these so-called reality shows. And who's sitting in front of the television watching these so-called reality shows? All of these shows, all of this madness is shaping the thought patterns and the frequency of your thoughts, and the electricity of your thoughts is on a very low frequency right now. That is why the enemy will give you a Lil Wayne or give you a Birdman or give you these rappers who are not talking about anything that is of conscious value, because the low bass frequency pulls your mind down into a low gutter type of thing, a butt shaking type of thing. You want to shake your butt and shake your derriere all over the place. But it does not allow you and I to elevate our mind into a thinking and a thought pattern that will produce another Jesus. We don't need to look to the sky for a Jesus, but we need to know that out of the circumstance of the negative and the wretched condition of our people, a child would be born. And so we have to be very careful, sister, and we want to produce another Marcus Garvey. Yes. We want to produce another Nat Turner. Yes. Nat Turner was born from the circumstance of his people. Sojourner Truth was born from the circumstance of their people. And we can't look back and now try to be so sophisticated now. We're so sophisticated that butter don't melt in our mouth no more, and our feet don't touch the ground. So sophisticated, we want to judge Nat Turner, and We want to judge Toussaint L'Ouverture, and we want to judge Dessalines as being radical or being too militant, but they were born under the harsh circumstance of chattel slavery. Yes. And they said freedom of death was more than just a slogan for them. And so Nat Turner went from plantation to plantation, killing everything white that wasn't right, that was in sight. You say that was a bad man, Nat Turner was. Is that right? But Nat Turner knew that power concedes nothing without a demand. Nat Turner knew that every other nation of people fight for their freedom. They don't legislate, try to pick in and try to wade in and crawl in and sit in somewhere where they don't fit in. But every nation fights for their freedom. So Nat Turner had Caucasians scared to death. Toussaint L'Ouverture had Caucasians scared to death. Talk to me, black man and black woman. It's Marcus Garvey Day. But Toussaint L'Ouverture fell for the okie doke, where once you are able to get the enemy on the ropes, he's skillfully wise, knowing he's about to be defeated. The European has a tactic that he always uses, and that is that even though you are about to defeat him, you never know how close you are to freedom. You never know how close you are to victory. You never know that the enemy is suffering the same thing that you are suffering, and so when they are on the ropes, that's when they want to invite you to sit down and let's make a deal somewhere. That's when they want to invite you into a smoky room somewhere and offer you a piece of fried chicken and a buttered biscuit and a pat on the head so you will sell out the aspirations of your people. But Negroes are we can't fall for that kind of okey doke today. But they invited Toussaint to dinner and had a nice meal and a nice invitation sealed with the stamp of France on it. And when he got to dinner, they arrested him and put him in chains and deported him to France, and he died in France somewhere. But Dessalines was not a man like that. Dessalines had the scars on his back to show and prove that he knew who the enemy is. And so Dessalines took up the mantle of Toussaint, and he ran the French out of Haiti, and they won their freedom. And now, you know, the enemy wants Haiti to pay for that. Ever since they struck a blow for freedom, they've had to pay for freedom. But brothers and sisters, and especially sisters and everybody who's gathered here, a child of destiny Marcus Garvey is. Shaped from the negative circumstance, shaped from the longing and the yearning and desires of the people. So whatever it is we desire, whatever it is that we long for, what we want, it produces a desire in the masses of the people, and that collective desire shapes a child and brings forth a child. And so, sisters and brothers, let's keep that in mind as we listen to Marcus Garvey on his lecture. We don't hear Marcus Garvey every day. We don't hear people sampling lectures of Marcus Garvey, putting it in their lyrics. But when you hear the passion of that man, you hear the conviction of that man, you hear a man who, at the apex of his work and of his mission, it was not that he failed the people, but it was that the people failed to carry on his vision, his work, and his mission. And as we close, brothers and sisters, and wind it up, I just have to respectfully say to all of us that every once in a while, a man or woman is born. And that man or woman is the absolute answer to the hopes of the people. And embodied in that person is the hopes and dreams of the people, and they don't know anything but to work for, live for, and to die for the yearning of the people. And then that man becomes the man of the hour. And if you miss that man, then you miss the hour. If you miss that hour, you miss your chance. And then we have to name streets after him, and name alleyways and parkways and boulevards after him, and everybody can accept him now. But at the moment of the time of the shock of the hour, where were you at when they arrested Marcus Garvey? But when the man of the hour comes, if we miss that moment, then we've lost that moment for another 50 years, another 100 years of marching and picketing and petitioning. petitioning and hoping and talking about, man, I wish we had another one like Malcolm. Yeah. See, if Malcolm was here,
yes, I am.
Man, see, look, see, if Marcus Garvey was here,
yes, I am.
Man, if only we had a man. See, man, we need another Elijah Muhammad amongst us, and we talk about those that have passed away as if God won't give us another one right now in the moment that we live.
Right here.
So we have to seize the moment. We have to seize the opportunity. We have to capitalize on the momentum of the masses of the people and take advantage of it, regardless of ideology, labels, religious labels, and all of these false lines of division. We have to overcome all of that and seize the moment, because the moment is at hand. We're at the time of the fall of America and the fall of the entire rulership of this present world. So we have to seize this moment and take the bull by the horns, and everything that Marcus Garvey taught, everything that he lived for, everything that he stood for, we should roll it all up into a ball and put it inside of us, and we should now carry that on. And if we see that quality in a man who is amongst us today, and I respectfully have to say to you all today that if you love Marcus Garvey, you should love the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. If you love Malcolm X, you should love the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I hear a lot of people quoting Malcolm X, but why do you quote the student but you don't give credit to the teacher who taught Malcolm what he taught? Why would you quote the student but you don't give credit to the one who taught him what he taught and what he gave to the people? That's like eating the fruit of a tree, but you disrespect the tree that produced the fruit. And so that doesn't make sense at all. If you love the fruit, you love the tree that produced that fruit. But if we love these great ones who have passed before us, then we should love a man like the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, and we should take heed to the call to try to rally us and to try to bring us now to the moment and the time in which we now live, which is now to come out of America, because America is falling. And so that's not at odds with what Marcus Garvey taught. That's not in opposition to what Marcus Garvey taught. I sat here and listened to him teach so eloquently and with so much precision in the use of his words. I said, man, I want to hear Marcus Garvey every day. But let's bring it right up to the moment that we're in. And let's continue to go forward in the name of Marcus Garvey, in the name of Malcolm X, in the name of Elijah Muhammad, in the name of Moses, Jesus, whoever we want to claim. Let's take the best ideals of what they stood for, and let's take them forward and forward those ideas right on up into freedom, justice, and equality for ourselves and for our people. So thank you for listening. Happy Marcus Garvey Day. Hotep, assalamu alaikum, shalom, and all the universal greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow. Wow. What? If y'all was paying attention, man, y'all ain't gonna be able to sleep. Straight up, y'all is not gonna be able to sleep. Whoever been paying attention to that, man, you talking about words. That's deep. Our next performance, it is a performance. Robert Harris and the Youth Prison Prevention. What's that? Project, right. They're going to perform, I'm guessing a song. You know, so we're going to clear some space. We're having a little technical difficulties, but that's okay. I'm still sure y'all coming down from what my brother was saying.
I'll see if I get a chance to call you later.
So eloquent. Here's Rob Harris.
Hotep. My name is Rob Harris. I'm the president and CEO of the Youth Prison Prevention Project. I have some young people with me here today. We're going to give you some prison prevention music and also some spiritual music. We concentrate on hip-hop because hip-hop is what the devil is using to get to our kids. Am I right?
Yeah. Right.
So we're gonna steal some of this territory from the devil, and we're gonna bring it the right way with some prison prevention music. Let's go with that first track, brother.
You cool.
Prison prevention music. Yeah. Keep you out of jail. Brother Rob.
Prevention Project. We change the world. We gotta make it right for every boy and girl. We here to save some lives. Use a criminal, crime violence, yes, everything. Thought it was a sure thing. Now you locked in the beam. They took away your shoestring. They took everything. They even took you far, far away from your offspring. Pain in your heart when your family leave the visit room. Now you want to get married, trailer visit, honeymoon, another fine mess you done got yourself into. Now you gotta clean the toilets. Now you got to push your broom in the chow hall. Now you eating with a dirty spoon, sleeping on a bunk bed. Can't get no elbow room. Police wake you up. Now they acting like a baboon. They even telling you when you can go to the bathroom. 13th Amendment, better get the information, education, the foundation of incarceration. Cause while you wasting time playing on a PlayStation, they figuring out ways to get you on the plantation.
Brother Rob, just a little bit of prison prevention music for y'all. Just a little bit of prison prevention music for y'all. Y'all, I want y'all to check this out right here. Watch the blood clot.
Check out this here blood clot. The blood clot made the block hot with the pop pop. Now comes the cops, gotta stop at the hot spot. Man called, they left the donut shop and the coffee spot. Run your ID on the laptop. Chop, chop, eavesdrop on the mom and pop pawn shop. Stolen goods on the countertop. Money changing flip flop. Rolling like Dunlop. Raining like raindrops. Sweet like a lollipop. Cause this is real hip hop. Now's the time to flip the script and talk about the consequence to people on the power trip that's pulling out the bullwhip. Put you on a slave ship and telling you to shut your lip. Handcuffs and shackles, now they talking about ownership. They put you in an outfit, cause they about to benefit. Slave labor wages off your head, they about to make a grip. Mugshot, now they about to make their own press kit. Forcing you to membership, fingerprint your fingertips. We gotta make it right for every boy and girl. We need to save some lives. We need to change the world. We gotta make it right for every boy and girl. We need to save some lives. We need to change the world. We gotta make it right for every boy and girl. Prison. We need to save some lives. We need to change the world. We gotta make it right for every boy and girl. We need to save some lives.
Got some prison prevention music for y'all. We got some technical difficulties for our next track, so we decided to do a little script flipping and let the ladies come up and do something a cappella. First, we're gonna have little KJ. She's gonna do her peace poem, a poem about peace. KJ.
All right.
Here, J-Bo.
You say you'll leave me your peace, and my heart bubbled. You do not give it the way the world gives, so let not my heart be troubled.
Right there.
Peace in this world? That concept seems kind of odd. Yet the peaceable will be called the sons of God. The devil brings chaos, demons and the beast, but you conquered the whole world, Lord, and you are the Prince of Peace. We are more than conquerors. That's what your word said. He may have bruised your heel, but you stepped on and crushed his head. Now we're in the light. We're no longer in the dark. And when the dark cloud comes our way, we ask for the light to spark. And when the tidal waves of the world manifest to be real, we ask for your power, Lord, to say peace, be still.
Children, almost like Babylon in trouble.
Prison prevention music to the spiritual. Okay, we're gonna have young Brianna. This is normally a duet song, so she's gonna attempt to do it as a solo. This song is called Believer.
Let's go, Breeze.
I've been
that I'm standing. I work so hard, hoping to make it. I'll praise your words. If that's the least I can do, I give my trust and put my faith into you. I have so much pride and respecting your name. My God has blessed me to see another day. And though my tears show the weakness, and through my eyes you see the pain, with Jesus by my side, a survivor I became. A believer of his words. He's the pain when it hurts, and in return I give him praise. I give him praise by the day.
Okay, we're gonna call everybody up here on this one. So this song right here, because we prison prevention and we talking about Marcus Garvey. One thing I learned about Marcus Garvey, right, is he was the first black man to organize 1 million black people here in this country. Let's give him a hand for that.
Before the internet, cell phone.
That's right. And he did it with a steamship company.
More fire, Black Star Line.
Steamship company. Over 1 million people organized in this country. So we're going to take hats off to him. Hats off to Marcus Garvey. This song right here is called Handcuffs and Shackles. Again, this is the Youth Prison Prevention Project. Could you please give them a hand? Where you at, KJ? Come up here. Okay, this is our prison prevention chant. I want y'all to give us a little help with this. We say no more handcuffs, no more shackles. Why triple P? Yeah, we tired of getting tackled. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Now it's time for us to go in God's tabernacle. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Why triple P? Yeah, we tired of getting tackled. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Now it's time for us to go in God's tabernacle. Prison is slavery equal to plantation, humiliation, liquid handcuff medication, correctional officers causing a confrontation. I really want to hurt this man by strangulation. My classifications changed my designation. Orientation gave me an evaluation. Psychiatrist said I need consultation. My name is wrong on my identification. The justice system's committing impersonation and erasing all documentation. Taxation's enslaving the population. Manipulation, add that to the equation. The police had us under investigation. The DA came with cross-examinations, probations, testing the brother's urination. Sent back to prison for a stupid violation. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Why triple P? Yeah, we tired of getting tackled. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Now it's time for us to go in God's tabernacle. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Why triple P? Yeah, we tired of getting tackled. No more handcuffs, no more shackles. Now it's time for us to go in God's tabernacle. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. So all my brothers stay motivated, street educated, lock in the gate, ain't no place for Satan. Seals and debts having deep conversations, we never conversated. Fights through y'all, but people's lives get taken. It's messed up the way the system be playing. Throwing the hole is like being locked in the basement, stressed in the cell like eating spoiled bacon. Everybody ain't your friend, don't worry about me, I'll be safer than 8 men. We all should take heed, dealing with life. We all dying, plant seeds, bogus charges, paying fines, paying fees. Yeah, my brothers no bleed, flames fire, heat. Prison beef, lax, weeds, the guards to kill you in your sleep. Keep a blade as a pistol, the cops searching through your stuff trying to get you. They set me up, the plan failed, but they meant to. You hurting me, dreaming, they murdered me, miss you. Everybody deal with problems and issues. White Joe and Davey gave a long sentence. Most of my man's missing. Appear in court today, tomorrow get the witness. Be your own dependence. In this world we live in, a lot of grinding women, girls of wives that never visit. It makes the city children. She left me on my pivot behind a brick building. London, a bunch of strange civilians, shacking and chain swilling. That's what we call snitching. Besides that, the penitentiary, a bad Christmas. No present gifts given, just by yourself sitting. Let us hit me because the evidence is written. These little red ribbons get sold, I'm not kidding. No homo, I'm not kidding. Shot camp spitting, was my mind small, the dorm that I live in. Central booking was built for black people in Brooklyn, spreading over America. To put fear in you. Tell the pink man ain't none of us scared of ya.
Fire! Yo, please give the Youth Prison Prevention Project a hand, y'all. They work hard. They work hard. They work hard. Right now, we have some CDs for sale for the Youth Prison Prevention Project. We're also selling some. Some gift certificates. Macy's gave us $500 worth of gift certificates, and they said we could keep the money to go for our project. So we're selling some $5 Macy's gift certificates, and they're worth 25% off on the 27th of August, which we will be performing in the Galleria Mall at Macy's on the 27th. So if y'all can, help support us. Thank you.
All right.
Black Power. Black Power. Black Power. Black Power. Black Power. Black Power. Come on, y'all sleeping. Man, come on, Black Power. Free the land. Free the land. Free the people. That's good. That's good. That's all I'm gonna get today. That's all I'm gonna take. Okay. Well, right now we got Brother Jamal. He's going to speak on one of the principles of Garveyism, which is unity of African people. How important it is to be unified. So without further ado, my man, Jamal.
Thank you, brother. How's everybody doing tonight? Good, good. I thank everybody for coming out tonight, making this a wonderful event. Before I start, very quickly, I just want to give a small shout out to Chanel Knights, standing right back there over there. She helped us out a lot today. She helped front for some of the food costs, and I want everybody to give her a round of applause for putting up her money fronting so that everybody can eat here. No, we can do like that. It's okay for us to say thanks. Alright? Well, I have a small story for y'all to illustrate the point that I'm supposed to be talking about. There's this girl that I know from University of Buffalo, where I go to school at. She's from Canada, and she's a Canadian citizen, but her family is originally from Ghana. And she was, me and her was talking about our group up on campus, Fight the Power. We're a black political organization looking out for black students in the youth of Buffalo. And, we were talking about our group and her wanting to get involved and things like that. And it came up that, one of the things we want to try to do is bridge the gap between the African American and Caribbean African communities on campus. But right now we have 3 different clubs with 3 different groups of Africans. And, from our point of view, we don't believe that needs to be there. And she made a statement. She was like, when I came here, I feel so alone. I was like, why do you feel alone? She said, well, because all the, black people, here from the United States, I was talking to one of my friends and, she told me I wasn't black. And I was like, what you mean she told you wasn't black? He was like, well, she said, that because your family is from Africa, you're not black, you're not one of us, you're something else. And, that illustrated a point to me that we have a serious problem, especially we're on the college campus, especially among educated people. Somehow they don't understand that there's a connection between all of us. Now, Marcus Garvey in the United Negro Improvement Association, when they were organizing, he's from Jamaica, but he didn't just organize in Jamaica. He organized in the United States, he organized in South America, he organized in England. There was even a chapter in Asia. Right? Now, that's trippy, I'm saying? There's black people in Asia in the 1920s, what? Might have been 2 of them, but they was there. What did he understand? Why did he, go to South America and go to Africa and basically go on every continent except for Africa? Was because him and his organization, the people within him, understood that we are one people.
Now, people may go and say, oh, well, you know, we eat this and we have a different language and we like to do this and, you know, we have all these different cultural differences. And what Garvey and what us and what the people here should be saying is that that stuff matters, but not more than what brings us together. The number one thing that brings us together is that all our ancestors from the continent of Africa. And the number two thing that brings us all together is that we all are in the same boat. Whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Venezuela, in the United States, in England, wherever you are, if you're black, you're in the same boat. You're being oppressed by the same group of people. The same system is keeping you from making your life better. And Marcus Garvey understood that. When he was a young man, he traveled around the African world, everywhere we've been, and he knows everywhere we was at, we was on the bottom. If everywhere we're on the bottom, then how we gonna get to the top unless we do it together? What reason do we have to try and separate ourselves and trying to get to the same place? If me and somebody else is about to go to the same concert, why not carve what the other person saying get? Why make it harder on ourselves to get somewhere just because we have these little differences? You can have diversity and unity, but you can't have freedom and division. And that's one of the major concepts that Marcus Garvey brought to table, and something that especially us here in Buffalo really need to understand. Because like I say, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people that live over on the east side of Buffalo don't know there's other black people living in Buffalo that's not on the east side. They don't know there's a large African population on the west side. They don't know that a lot of immigrants from Africa have been moving into Buffalo and living on the west side, and vice versa. They don't know that we're over here, and if they do, they act like they can't come over here. We act like we can't go over there. We act like when we do programs like this that we can't go over there. And that's our problem. We all in our little pockets here, there, and another, and in the end, we wonder why we keep falling. Now, people from Europe, you may be French, Spanish, English, German, you know, all those nationalities, but they understand they have an interest together. They understand that at some point, even though we all have different history, we warn each other for 1,000 years, we all eat different foods and have, you know, all these particulars, we understand that we can form the European Union and get something done. And that's why the European Union is doing better than the United States of America, because they got united. If they stay as separate little countries, they would still be pawns of the United States. But we see today that they're getting past us because they united. And that's what we do. We need to unite. With that said, I thank everybody for listening. And now I'm going to introduce Nubius' Jazz to do their set. Sorry. Thank you.
Peace and strength. Nubius Jazz, so at least part of us we're gonna do a little jazz poetry for you. How y'all doing? Y'all good. Y'all still hanging out in the lane field. It's almost 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock or whatever time it is. This is all right. It's no joke. Russo, you gonna stay behind there? Oh wow, well we doing a little bit different, okay? Usually I have my horn player, so I'm just gonna bluff the heads and then get to the poem. So hopefully we do good, okay? dogs in the lakes, carcinogenics flying everywhere. It's hard to believe that the life we lead is making it hard for things to breathe. Now what's happening to the African elephant? Will we go out like that whale? A relic of the past, a specimen in mankind's collection. What was is no more, just a head on the wall. How these species will become extinct. Once a hole in the ozone layer and skin frying was the first sign. Plants and trees drinking acid rain. Environmental protection, the last thing on the lawmaker's mind. Yeah, you call it Mother Earth, but you treat it like a stray dog. Trying to send a shuttle to Mars, figuring on escaping far away from here. But did you ever think that the Earth might consume you and leave the rest standing? It's wrong to use just for the sake to consume. Gobbling up 90% of the world's resources for just a fraction of the Earth's population. Now how about if Mother Earth was mad for all the pollution it done had? How about a flood for every drop of pollution in the mud? How about some acid rain? See, the reason them stray dogs went wild and ate that child, and that tiger slipped out of his cage in a fit of rage, and the shark swam the shore looking for more, and a fox bit the man's hand by the garbage can. The wake-up call has sounded loud and clear. The real human beings got to step up here. Put the corruption down. Put your nose to the ground. Smell the earth from whence we came. It's a battle going on and Mother Earth is on your side. But you gotta leave that treating her like a stray dog stuff. Leave it behind. That was a John Coltrane 2, Equinox. Poem was called Earth Day. Thank you. We do another one, gonna bluff a little Miles with the All Blues. And we're gonna put a little message to the morning show. How about that? Was told. The players were forgotten. Because the players forgot to remember the story that was told. I said the story was told, but the players were forgotten. Because the players forgot to remember the story that was told. But the players were us, the African of humanity. First mentioned in the sacred text of the world. Second, the Moses was black. The Krishna was black. The Christ that came to come to redeem the world is black. From that black African that first showed us how to walk the walk and told us how to talk the talk, to sing like Bilal, to call the prayers. Let the spirits rise in out of remembrance. But the story was told. The players were forgotten. Because the players forgot to remember the story that was told. The players were once rich. Rich in dignity and spirit. Rich in independence of mind. Rich in the knowledge of the universe to allow the players to build on foundations. Foundations of brick, solid, pyramid. Placing the triangle and the square using the principles of a circle. This is the harmony with nature that's at the root of the African soul. But the story was told. But the players were forgotten. Because the players forgot to remember who we were. The first of our kind. Was there and then when Christianity was born. Was there and then with the knowledge of good and evil, but we choose to forget. But the story is now. Potential is clear. A potential so strong it makes the enemy fear. The players that we truly are. If we don't forget our story.
Black power. We still here. We still strong. We still black. Let's be deep. You want music behind you, Wuka? Get you some African drums? There you go. Well, let me give you an introduction. Well, we got a special treatment today. A special treatment. Special treat today. We got my cousin himself, Bubakar. He's going to do a poem for us. And, don't be too scared.
Yes, peace and love. I'm going to do one, maybe two. This first one is called Reparations. We know that Marcus Messiah Garvey talked about reparations. Reparations was the promise they made to us after so-called freeing us from slavery. And to show you how ironic this is, what was that so-called slave master president who freed us, so-called Emancipation Proclamation 1863? What was his name? Okay, y'all seen basketball, right? The championship. Dallas, team won. Now that white boy Dirk Nowitzki, he played. Now, I'm gonna give you credit where credit due. 7 feet tall, and that white boy like Larry Bird. They couldn't stop him, basically. I mean, he played. I'm gonna give credit where credit due. But I'm talking about the Negro. You said Queen Mother Moore was a Garveyite. Baba Simba, at the end of her life, helped take care of her, Queen Mother Moore. She was the sister who they talked about, like when Garvey was speaking in New Orleans one time, and the cracker came and said, "Yo, Garvey, you can't speak here." Queen Mother Moore and the rest of the sisters pulled out their 45s out their purse and said, "Yo," stood up on the chair and said, "Yo, speak, Garvey, speak." Okay, that's Queen Mother Moore. Okay, if any of y'all know the history, not his story. Anyway, getting back to where I was starting. reparations. Now, when Obama was selected, because if it wasn't for Michelle, that black woman, okay, we already ain't going into it. Anyway, Michelle, the strong black woman. Anyway, if it wasn't for her, Obama. Anyway, reparations now, because I was talking about the basketball player, right? This Negro had a tattoo right here of Abraham Lincoln. I already told you about that one basketball player say he ain't read the book since college. Okay. Easy now, easy now. Slow down, y'all got me screaming. All right. Now, reparations now. This was when Obama got selected. On Tom Joyner, they made a joke. They said, yo, with Obama in the White House, we got 50 states in the White House. We don't need no reparations. I said, hold up. I made this poem as a result of that. It's called Reparations Now. So if I got a chance to sit down and talk with Obama, this is what I would say to him. Reparations now. Easy now. 40 acres and a mule. I still want mine and yours too. For all the Negroes who are too proud to accept their due. Now, Queen Mother Moore says she'd rather be a Regro than a Negro. Negro. That means you don't grow no higher than your knee. And what's that to your knee? It's called a cap, so you cap me. I'd rather be a Regro than a Negro. Okay, going back to this. Forget 50 states and the White House, because black hands built this too. And reparations are still due, D-U-E. How many years you say? 1863 to 2008, 145 years to date. And as Minister Farrakhan would say, I want interest on each mule and each acre, day by day. Add it up. Now I know America is broke, and this ain't no joke. Enough of the big CEOs of major corporations, excuse me children, fucked up on coke. GMC, Ford, and anti-Chrysler too. Didn't they say the cars were designed to fail? Anywho, oh hell, what a spell. Stock market in the garbage pail. Come in, John Deere. That's the tractors, you know. Because reparations can come in equipment and technology too. Because my white mouth mules are semi-retired too. Only pulling they will do is for the 2-seat buggy for me and my wifey to ride on Sundays to check on our crew. Because like my father, he got cattle and horses in Alabama. So that's all I'm going to do. My mule's semi-retired too. I'm going to have them big combine tractors plowing up my acres. You know what I'm saying? Air conditioning and everything. But anyway, because people fight wars over land and minerals in the ground. And by the way, as the reggae dub poet Muda Baruka would say, it ain't no good to stay in a white man country too long, because you begin to act like him. The other day, I was watching the TV and I seen a black man trying to join the Ku Klux Klan. It's no good to stay in a white man country too long. You say with Obama, we got 50 states and the White House. What about the Native Americans? Still their land when it's all said and done. So the question to President Obama, you house or you field? You left or you right? What you gonna be about? You enter, what you gonna be about? You know it's a shot to black and white when he became president. What a sight. For some, a terrible fright. The Tea Parties, we want our country back. To others, a joyous sight. You had black women, just people in general crying. You say the first black president only shows you know his story, not true history. The first 9 presidents were black. Check the fact and the $2 greenback.
Of course, they changed these pictures too, like the Sphinx in Egypt and the biblical pictures too, just to push their shit through to me and to you. Time for a change, for sure. Like the Constitution, which still has us as 3/5 of human beings, equal to shadow, like cattle, and the mules, even today. You hear what I say? More fire.
Thank you. All right, give it up for Brother Abubakar, one of our warriors, a long-time warriors. Once again, we'd like to thank everybody, every person, every organization today who came today to help us support the birthday of the great African warrior, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. This was his birthday today, on August 17th. He was born in 1885, so you can do the math. He was one of our great leaders, all of our leaders who have... What? 1887. I stand corrected, 1887. But the point is that all of our great leaders, from Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Blyden, George Padmore, maybe some other ones not more popular you haven't heard of, they all were influenced by the great Marcus Mosiah Garvey. He was the first black man to organize over 1 million black people on the planet Earth. And this was in the 1920s. This is when they would lynch black people for just spitting on the sidewalk. And he had 1 million black people organized. He had his own laundromats. He had his own steamship company. He had his own nurses. They call them themselves the Black Cross nurses. Many of our organizations today are influenced by Garvey's influence today in 2011. But one thing we just want you to understand before, if you don't get nothing out of this event today, if it's like nothing here that you can relate to, it was nothing, you got inspired by anything, nothing that you learned something, one thing that we hope will carry with you after this is over, that Garvey showed us the essence of African freedom for us as African people, and people to be free is organization.
Great prophet, teacher, and leader. The date of this modern miracle was August 17th, 1887. Garvey was a man who, in retrospect, was far ahead of his time. This is clearly proven by the fact that his ideologies have resurfaced today and could be considered a major factor in the liberation of African peoples the world over. He sought to revive the spirit of black people from despair to hope, from lethargy to positive action, from fear to courage, from inertia to assertiveness, from anti-discrimination dodges to manly confrontation. He gave them goals possible to man, the highest creation of God, because he believed with all his heart in the innate abilities of the African race. On August 1st, 1914, Garvey launched the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League in Jamaica, an organization to advocate the unity and blending of all Negroes into one strong, healthy race. After the First World War, there was a resurgence of the Ku Klux Klan influence in the United States. Another decade of racial hatred and open lawlessness had set in which Negroes were again prominent among the victims. African people were by this time more than ready for a Moses, and only a black man could express the depth of their feelings. Marcus Garvey settled that question for thousands by forming the U.S. branch of the UNIA and ACL in June 1917. On June 10, 1940, at the age of 53, Marcus Mosiah Garvey died in London of a severe stroke without having set foot in Africa. But his impact there was tremendous. He left a rich legacy of history for us to study and utilize in our continued quest for independence and liberation as a people.
The black race is one of the branches of the human race. As a section of humanity, he occupies a position in the world at the present time most unfavorable and most uncomfortable. The black people are subjects of ostracism. It is sad that our humanity has shown us no more love, no greater sympathy than we are experiencing. Wheresoever you go throughout the world, the black man is discarded, is ostracized, is relegated to the lowest in things, social, political, and economical. This therefore suggests a problem and one that must be solved. We in this section of the world are not entirely free from this unkind, unsympathetic, and uncharitable behavior of the groups or races around us. But since man has been placed on his own responsibility, whether he be black, white, or yellow, he must act on his own account. We will not unduly whine or complain, but reason among ourselves and see what can be done to remedy this state of affairs. Life is a conflict. You have to fight your way through it, whether you will it or not. Those of us who are able to fight most stubbornly live, accomplish most, and to them go the laurels, the palms, and triumph of our civilization and world. We unfortunately have not been trained nor educated to the truths of life, paradoxically so. He has shown us no more love, no greater sympathy than we are experiencing. Wheresoever you go throughout the world, the black man is discarded, is ostracized, is relegated to the lowest in things, social, political, and economical. This therefore suggests a problem and one that must be solved. We in this section of the world are not entirely free from this unkind, unsympathetic, and uncharitable behavior of the groups or races around us. But since man has been placed on his own responsibility, whether he be black, white, or yellow, he must act on his own account. We will not unduly whine or complain, but reason among ourselves and see what can be done to remedy this state of affairs. Life is a conflict. You have to fight your way through it, whether you will it or not. Those of us who are able to fight most stubbornly live, accomplish most, and to them go the laurels, the palms, and triumph of our civilization and world. We unfortunately have not been trained nor educated to the truths of life, paradoxically so. May I say something to you to give you a true knowledge of yourself and life, so that the same glory and success attained by other men who understand themselves may be yours? Man in the full knowledge of himself is a superb and supreme creature of creation. When man becomes possessor of the knowledge of himself, he becomes master of his environment, the captain of his own ship, the director of his own destiny, the accomplisher of his own ends. Man should understand himself because man is full of knowledge, and this knowledge is a gift of nature. When Mother Nature created man, she deprived him of nothing. He was given the faculty of understanding all things around him. This faculty for understanding has not been taken away from him. None of his senses have been taken away from him. So there is no excuse for the black man in lacking the knowledge that man is used to beautify the world and produce all that he needs for his happiness and civilization. Look the world over, and whatever you see in it that is pleasing to man, contributing to man's comfort, to his needs and to his satisfaction, it is but the work of man. Man blessed with the knowledge of himself and the understanding of all things around him. If you are able to live with the knowledge of yourself and with the greater knowledge of nature, you must know what is good and what is not. You must know what is finite. You must know that which is material, physical, and otherwise is at your disposal to create or otherwise use. If we leave America and go over to the east to Japan, they will be telling their fellow citizens of Japan of the wonderful accomplishments of the Japanese people, proving that man is moving onward as time moves on. But you have hated yourselves as you have done in previous years. You have shown malice, prejudice, and hate to each other. And the result is that while other races have made progress, while India has made progress towards nationalism, while Ireland has made progress towards republicanism, while the whole world has made progress in man's accomplishments, you still stand fighting yourselves, dishonoring yourselves, showing no disposition toward that higher life so that you will be abundantly blessed. So reflect and think that you were created for some purpose other than exhibiting malice toward your neighbor or fellow men of your own race. What a pity it is that we cannot stand united without a written law. There is no written law compelling other races to stand together. They are brought together by the gentle touch of nature. The unwritten law of nature causes them to stand together on all occasions. So wheresoever you find them in the field, that one gentle touch of nature causes them to stand together, if need be, die together. But with the black man, you can preach to him from the pulpits. You lecture from the platforms, from the byways and the hedges. The spirit of cooperation, but he will not cooperate. You talk to him gently, you try talking harshly to him, he still will not cooperate. The result is that he falls prey to those who understand themselves and walk through the world making you their serfs and slaves. You must acquire an understanding of yourselves. Look around you. See the smiling pictures of nature, the beautiful hedges, the wonderful mountains, the wonderful vegetation all around. But because of your disposition to each other, you live in suffering, in want, in penury, and in debt. You lack the gentle touch of nature, love for each other. You hate yourselves. Black men, and what is wrong with you? Why have you no affection for yourselves? Could I hope to see you living among yourselves as the people I've spoken of? Living in charity, love, and in sympathy with each other? It can be done. I wonder if you will adapt that course. Isn't it easier to enjoy prosperity than to live in ignorance and darkness? Why select the worst out of nature? Nature never gave pain, suffering, and death to the world. It was man himself who selected death, pain, and sorrow. I wonder if I cannot inspire you to select between good and evil. Let me impress upon you once again that whatsoever your hardships may be, whatsoever your difficulties in life, they are your own selection. And so if you encourage them, if you husband them and take them to your bosom, they will abide with you. Nature will not take them away from you, as Mother Nature did not give them to you. She is not responsible for your sorrows. Mother Nature represents all that is beautiful. She gave you the highest personality in the realm divine. Your sorrows are your own. If you want joy, if you want sunshine, it is before you abundantly in nature. I made a selection of sunshine, the beautiful sunshine. I made a selection to laugh at the moon, to laugh at the stars, and sing with the birds of the forest and of the wilderness, to join in the rhythmic music of the winds that sing from east to west and from north to south. Had I selected sorrow, I would have been dead a long time ago, and been without that which would send me into the presence of the divine, because I would have lived not with the knowledge that is divine. We must acquire the higher knowledge of life. Black men and black women, will you get the knowledge that the white man has that causes him to be leaders and masters in the world? They are not gods with a peculiar source for understanding the world around them. They have only given expression to the knowledge of their humanity and been able to use and conquer all to their satisfaction and glory. And that is why they are always greater than you in every community that you find them. Isn't it strange that wheresoever the white man is found, he takes precedence over you? Why is that so? Answer that for yourselves, black men and black women. Wheresoever you come in contact with the white man, you always have to go down in defeat before him. Whether it be in England, in France, or in America, you always have to go down to the white man, and yet he has 2 eyes, 2 feet, 2 hands, same passions, same senses and feelings as you have. Your feet are not put on opposite sides, now your hands turned around the other way. But it's because you fail to use your will, your knowledge, and your mental faculty to the point where you will enjoy life around you. I'm only here and not in the gutters and in the pond of despair because I use my intelligence. And I swear that no man alive shall ever use his intelligence in understanding the works of nature more than I. I shall rise as high as he ascends. I shall meet him on the same platform of mental equality and fight him till thy kingdom come, because nature created us equal. I want you to make up your minds as I've made up my mind years ago. Make up your mind that you will rise to the knowledge of your soul. Because of your ignorance, you cannot understand and decide between good and evil. You don't know whether you're doing right or wrong. With a greater knowledge of life, you're able to appreciate all things around you. I'm able to gather you here because I understand you. Understand your neighbor, your wife, your children, and you will be able to live in harmony with each other and get the best out of life. The early Africans were able to be the fathers of our civilization because they persevered in their object. When we hear the civilization of the Alexandrias, of the Timbuktus, the creation of the black man in the early ages, do we realize that the civilization we now enjoy was handed down to the present century? But the black man went back to sleep and is still sleeping. We are trying to awaken you to the true consciousness of yourselves. You young black men, you young black women, may we not appeal to you knowing you as we do to turn over a new leaf, rejecting the ignorance, the foolishness, the childishness that has been your part for these many years. We've looked into your faces, you growing manhood, the rising generation, and no serious thought can we see registered on your countenance but the thought of vulgarity. I've been in your presence and my heart bleeds for you, the conduct you reflect. I've listened to your dirty language used to express yourselves when you could have expressed yourselves in good form. Can I appeal to the black manhood to turn over a new leaf? I'm ashamed of my black manhood, and what I've said to the black man, I also said to the black women. Your conduct is disgraceful. Young women whose personality spells respectability, at the least provocation, the filthy words they utter would almost make you turn and run away from them. A race that cannot conduct itself any better than that is bound to go down in defeat, is bound to go down in death, in hell, and in degradation. Your conduct is going to destroy you. You're driving your best friends away from you. Men will not respect you because you do not respect yourself. As I come in contact with my race from both a financial and social point of view, I realize how weak we are in the essentials that make for success. You are your worst enemy. The black man goes into business and tries to do the right thing, but what do we find? He gets no support from his fellow man. They lie on him, they rob him, and the next thing you hear, he's out of business, pulled down by you, his brothers. Have no faith and are dishonest to each other. There is no love for the man in black. See how we are struggling as strangers in a foreign clime, struggling in America, in Europe, in Asia, and in Africa, where men look upon us, not with love.
The government of the United States, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's director, J. Edgar Hoover, accused Marcus Garvey of using the U.S. mail put on trial.
After 11 hours of deliberation, the jury was called in by the eminent Jewish jurist Judge Mack and given a second set of instructions without their request. The gist of it was that if they had come back with a not guilty or hung jury, to remember the expense in which the government would be put, the public would have lost time, the court, the jury, and the witnesses would have to go through the entire exercise again. They went back into the jury room and 30 minutes later came back with a verdict. Justice is greater than the law. If justice was not included in the law, then the law would be of no use to us as human beings. What I was concerned with was the truth. I asked no mercy. I asked no sympathy. I asked for justice based on the evidence given in the courtroom. I later found out that the judge wanted to speed things up because he had an appointment with the International Zionist Convention in Chicago. It was also due to the fact that I had acquired my first set of papers for naturalization. In my closing statement, I told those 12 men that they were to judge a man by the testimony, by what had been brought into the case, by their judgment of what is wrong and what is right. You may condemn the body, but not the soul. It was not in their power to condemn the body. God condemns the soul. Judge me, and God will judge you for judging Marcus Garvey. The trial took 5.5 weeks, and every day I had a fight with the district attorney. As we went along, I realized it was impossible for me to escape the traps that were being laid out by the press, rival organizations, personal enemies, foreign governments who were interested in me being convicted. No one, not even the absent attorney, could have fought for me as I fought for myself, because he would have been risking the friendship and goodwill of the powerful influences that were aligned against me. There were several witnesses brought in by the government, who probably because of a bribe would say anything the prosecutors told them to. For instance, Edgar Gray, a man with a superabundance of intelligence, could not say where he was really from. He claimed he was born in Sierra Leone, West Africa. That man was a coconut born in Antigua. Superabundance of intelligence, could not say where he was really from. He claimed he was born in Sierra Leone, West Africa. That man was a coconut born in Antigua. Gray disappeared from the UNIA with funds of the organization which he handled in my absence and for whom a warrant was out for his arrest. There was also Leo Healy. I regarded him as a friend. The very morning when he came in to testify, I met him outside, shook his hand, not knowing that he was there to testify against me. He said I was a good man, then I was bad because I did not pay him the bills of the Black Star Line. Garvey was not the Black Star Line. We were not asking his opinion of the Star Line. We were asking his opinion of Marcus Garvey. He said understand that he believed that I was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Now he knows there ain't no black man a member of the KKK. Well, when we placed Mrs. Lawson on the witness stand, well, she wore dark glasses obviously to obscure the movements of her eyes and her line of stare as she tried to communicate with the prosecutor. During cross-examination, we asked her to show her subpoena. She fumbled around and looked at the district attorney, lowering her head, waiting for his approval. She said she bought stock in 1917, even though the Black Star Line never sold stock in 1917. It was not in existence then. She claimed to be sick, as were two other witnesses who were able to make a quick $30 in the 5 minutes they spent on the stand. Prosecutor wanted to appeal to the sympathy of that jury. A young man named Cargill admitted on the stand to the dismay and disgust of the prosecutor that he was told what to say concerning the circulars and letters supposedly brought in as evidence in the case. Folks try to misrepresent me and say that I do not like white people. Some of my best friends are white. The bishop, who was my friend since my youthful days, testified. When I asked him of his opinion of Marcus Garvey, he said, doubtful. They didn't understand what he meant. I was a public man. Opinions differ. Surely some men are doubtful of me and some are not. He didn't say that Garvey was doubtful. When I asked him for his personal opinion, the question was objected to and sustained by the judge, claiming that it was an improper question. There were some white-controlled newspapers who felt that I was railroaded. I remember one of them stated that my troubles began when I stepped on the toes of France and Great Britain, and that it was a very grave question whether justice had been in my case. After I was found guilty, they released me on $25,000 bail pending the hearing of the appeal. While waiting, I formed the Black Cross Navigation and Trading Company, business enterprises which comprise the Negro Factories Corporation, the Black Eagles Flying Corps, dress and millinery shops, a publishing company and printing plant, a phonograph company, a restaurant, laundries, a black doll factory, a hotel, a chain of grocery stores, and the Royal African Motor Corps, a fleet of moving vans. I was in Detroit when the mandate was handed down. Having received a telegram to return immediately, I got on the first train leaving for New York. When I arrived, I was brutally seized by heavily armed men and pulled from a Pullman car at 125th Street Station and taken to the Tombs prison. But that there are certain people who do not like me because I am black. They do not like me because I was not born in the United States. Some Irish slave master gave my great-great-grandfather his name. Garvey is not an African name. It's Irish. Garcia is not African, nor is Thompson or Johnston. They were inherited from our slave masters, English, French, Irish, or Scotch. If I was born in Jamaica, it was no fault of mine. It was because the slave ship which took me to Jamaica did not go to American ports, and that is how some Negroes in America were not born in the West Indies.
Mr. Garvey, why would you want to stand up to a great republic like America?
We're not fighting America. We're not fighting this great government.
Then what are you doing?
We're fighting hypocrisy and lies, and this we're going to fight until the bitter end.
Are you fearful of being deported?
There's no federal law whereby I could be processed against on the grounds of being an undesirable from the point of view of deportation.
Yes, there is. Under Section 19 of the Act to regulate the immigration of aliens to and their residence in the U.S.
I arrived in this country on March 23, 1916. Today is June 18, 1923. That law still has not been enacted.
From the NAACP says, and I quote, Garvey must go.
Which is why J. Edgar Hoover has trumped up these charges against me.
Do you think it was a good idea to fire your attorney?
Yes.
Do you think that representing yourself could backfire on you?
No, I do not.
Why not?
The Constitution allows every man the privilege to defend themselves, to prove his innocence before an American court of justice, and so I decided to do so irrespective of being a lawyer.
District Attorney Mattock asked the jury, quote, gentlemen, will you let the tiger loose? What's your reaction?
Guilty men are afraid of jail. I'm as much at home in jail for the cause of human rights as I am in my drawing room.
Well, what did you think of Mr. Dancy's testimony?
Mr. Dancy was used by this government to testify against me. You heard him when the prosecutor asked him whether any of the letters were from the Black Star Line.
He couldn't remember.
He couldn't remember. Mr. Dancy can't read. My life is at stake and he couldn't remember. What happened in that courtroom was a charade. You all know he was just lying through his teeth.
You're a foreigner. Why are you making all these waves? Even George Harris, editor of the New York News, a colored newspaper published in Harlem, referred to you as an alien.
An alien is one who enters a country on his own account without any invitation and who domiciles himself in that portion of the country because of his own desire.
Isn't that exactly what you did?
But against my will, by stubborn protest, somebody seized me and brought me here from my silent repose in Africa 300 years ago.
When they get rid of you, then what?
This is only the first Marcus Garvey. There will be other cubs in the fold.
You met with Edward Young Clark, the acting imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan?
Yes.
What was that meeting like?
It was rather cordial. He made it clear that they are interpreting the true spirit of every true American.
What is the attitude of the Klan towards a Negro who desires to be, say, President of the United States?
That he shall never be as long as there is one white man living in this country.
But isn't America a white man's country?
Yes, it is a white man's country because he conquered the Indian, exterminated him, and took possession of his property. I'd say the KKK is the invisible government of the United States.
What do you mean?
The Klan represents the spiritual feeling and even the physical attitude of every white man in this land.
Do you realize that such statements could get you lynched?
We have 5 million substantial oak trees between Africa and the West Indies. We are ready for a lynching party tonight if they wanted to.
Recently, there have been several rapings of black women by whites. Was that discussed?
Yes, it was. He claims that they are as much against that as any self-respecting Negro should be. But I know better. In my opinion, they are structured for the purpose of offending, suppressing, and killing Negroes. I would advise every Negro and those who aspire to leadership to form an organization similar to that of the Ku Klux Klan, so that they may be able to look out for their own interests and not continue to be begging white people to do for them what they ought to be doing for themselves. Thank you very much. Part of my trial is that I was indicted along with others for conspiracy to use the United States mails to defraud in promotion of the Black Star Line Steamship Company. Yet my conviction was void of conspiracy in that I alone was convicted. If I understand my conviction clearly, I was convicted for selling stock in the Black Star Line after I knew it to be insolvent. The difference between us and the trial court is that they wanted a conviction. All the others who had more to do with the actual selling of stock than I went free because they were not wanted. I received the fullest penalty that the law could impose. 5 years in the penitentiary, the maximum fine of $5,000 as provided by the law, and the entire cost of the case, a condition not generally imposed maybe once in 25 years. It was not Marcus Garvey on trial. It was not a question of money on trial. It was the principle of a race fighting for liberty on trial. And when you attack the principles of the UNIA, Garvey goes to war, and he remains on the firing line until he passes away or until Victor perches on the banner. I am going to prison because I dare to serve you, neglect my home, a loyal and dear woman, my wife, and myself. Above all, the things I prize most in the world is the honor of my name. I have never in all my life, to my conscious knowledge, done one mean act, because it has always been the policy of my life to live with honor or die for the principle. How well I have succeeded is made manifest in the sweeping consciousness that has taken hold of the race in Africa, America, the West Indies, Central and South America, Asia, and my imprisonment for so doing. The National Association for the Advancement of of colored people, and others who have combined to fight the UNIA are going to be disappointed, as they cannot harm Marcus Garvey. Not Judge Mack, not J. Edgar Hoover, not W.E.B. Du Bois and his Blue Vein Society, nobody. The history of the movement is now being written. Do you know what history means? History is the guidepost of a race. It is the inspiration for succeeding generations either to go forward or stand still, either to revenge or be revenged. I had a motive and a purpose. It was a crying voice from the grave that said, Garvey, we have suffered for 250 years for your day and time. We expect something of you at this hour. The prejudice against us as an African people is not because of color, it's because of our condition. The prejudice against us as an African people is not because of color, it's because of our condition. If we must have justice, we must be strong. If we must be strong, we must come together. If we must come together, we can only do so through the system of organization. To fight for African redemption does not mean that you must be disloyal to any government or country wherein you were born. It is not our purpose or intention to send all black people back to Africa. No! Those of us who leave America to go settle permanently in Africa will become pioneers, pilgrim fathers of the new nation. The African race became strong in Africa. It could be strong everywhere. For 250 years, we have struggled under the burden and rigors of slavery. We were brutalized, we were maimed, we were killed, we were ravaged in every way. We are men. We have hopes, we have passions, we have feelings, we have desires just like any other race. The cries raised all over the world of Canada for the Canadians, of America for the Americans, of England for the English, of France for the French, of Germany for the Germans. Do you think it unreasonable that we, the blacks of the world, should raise a cry of Africa for the Africans? The Negro is a man. We represent the new Negro. His back is not yet against the wall. We do not want his back against the wall because that would be a peculiar and desperate position. We do not want him there. It's because of this that we are asking for a fair compromise. The Belgians have control of the Belgian Congo, which they cannot use. They have not the resources to develop nor the intelligence. The French have more territory than they can develop. There are certain parts of Africa in which you cannot live at all. So it is for you to come together and give us a United States of Africa. We are not going to be a race without a country. God never intended it, and we are not going to abuse God's confidence in us as men. We are men. human beings, capable of the same acts as any other race, possessing under fair circumstances the same intelligence as any other race. Africa's been sleeping, not dead, only sleeping. Today Africa is walking around not only on her feet, but on her brains. You can enslave, as was done for 300 years, the bodies of men. You can shackle the hands of men. You can shackle the feet of men. You can imprison the bodies of men. But you cannot shackle or imprison the minds of men. Dive down, black men, and dig. Reach up, black men and women, and pull all nature's knowledge to you. Turn you around and make a conquest of everything, north and south, east and west. And then when you will have wrought will, you will have merited God's blessings. And as you bow down to the white man today, so will other races bow down to you and call you a race of masters because of the superiority of your minds and your achievements. We must canonize our own saints, create our own martyrs, and elevate the positions of fame and honor. Black men and black women who have made a distinct contribution to our racial history. Sojourner Truth is worthy of a place of sainthood alongside of Joan of Arc. Christmas Attucks and George William Gordon are entitled to the halo of martyrdom with no less glory than that of the martyrs of any other race. Africa's produced countless numbers of men and women in war and peace whose luster and bravery outshine that of any other people. Then why not see good and perfection in ourselves? God made man Lord of his creation, gave him possession and ownership of the world. And you have been so darned lazy that they've allowed the other fellow to run away with the whole world, and now he's bluffing you and telling you that the world belongs to him and that you have no part in it. I don't have to apologize to anybody for being black, because God Almighty knew exactly what he was doing when he made me black. You race of cowards, you race of imbeciles, you race of good-for-nothings. If you cannot do what other men have done, what other races have done, what other nations have done, then you had better die. Can we do it? We can do it. There's any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave you. Let me say that again. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another race is a leadership that will enslave you. They gave leadership to our foreparents, and that leadership made them slaves. But we decided to find a leadership of our own to make ourselves free men. Babylon did it. Assyria did it. France under Napoleon did it. Germany under Prince von Bismarck did it. Britain under William Pitt, Earl of Chatham did it. America under George Washington did it. Africa with 400 million black people can do it. Because when the history of my suffering is complete, future generations shall have in their hands the guide by which they shall know the sins of the 20th century. I know, and I know you too believe in time, but we shall wait patiently for 200 years if need be to face our enemies through our posterity. After my enemies are satisfied, in life or death I shall come back to serve even as I served before. In life I shall be the same, in death I shall be a terror to the foes of African liberty. And me to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake or a cyclone or a plague or pestilence, or as God would have me, then be assured that I shall never desert you and make your enemies triumph over you. If I should die in prison in Atlanta, my work shall not only just begin, but I shall live in the physical or the spiritual to see the day of Africa's glory. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black, and the green around me. For in the new life I shall rise up with God's grace and blessings to lead the millions up the heights of triumph in the colors that you well know. Look for me in the world when there are storm. Look for me all around you. For I shall come back and bring with me countless millions of black slaves who have died in America, who have died in the West Indies, and millions who have died in Africa to aid you in the fight for liberty, freedom, and life. The world today has gone drunk and crazy with its power, and by such through injustice, fraud, and lies have crushed the unfortunate. But if I'm crushed by the system of influence and misdirected power, my cause shall rise again to plague the conscience of the corrupt. For this I'm happy to suffer and even die, for I will write the history for the millions that are coming, and leave the posterity to reckon with the host for the deeds of their fathers. If others laugh at you, return the laughter to them. If they mimic you, return the compliment with equal force. They have no more right to dishonor, disrespect, and disregard your feeling in manhood than you have in dealing with them. Honor them when they honor you, disrespect and disregard them when they vilely treat you. Their arrogance is but skin deep, an assumption that has no foundation in morals or in law. They have sprung from the same family tree of obscurity as we have. Their history is rooted as primitiveness as ours. Their ancestors ran wild and naked, lived in caves and in branches of trees like monkeys as ours. They made human sacrifices, ate the flesh of their own dead and the raw meat of wild beasts for centuries, even as they have accused us of doing. Their cannibalism was more prolonged than ours. When we were embracing the arts and sciences on the banks of the Nile, their ancestors were still drinking human blood and eating out of the skulls of their conquered dead. When our civilization had reached the noonday of progress, they were still running naked and sleeping in holes and caves with bats, rats, and other insects and animals. After we had already unfathomed the mystery of the stars and reduced the heavenly constellation to minute and regular calculus, they were still backwoodsmen living in ignorance and in blatant darkness. The world today is indebted to us for the benefits of civilization. They stole our arts and sciences from Africa. Then why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Remember always that the Jew in his political and economic urges are always first the Jew. The white man is first the white man under all circumstances, so you can do no less than be black, buy black, and then all else will take care of itself. No one inoculate you with evil doctrines to suit their own conveniences. There is no humanity before that which starts with yourself. Charity begins at home. So first to thyself be true, and thou canst not then be false to any man. Being at present scientifically the weaker race, in your homes and everywhere possible, you must teach the higher development of science to your children. And be sure to develop a race of scientists par excellence. For in science and religion lies our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. At the great Church of Rome, black people the world over must practice one faith, and that of confidence in themselves, with one God, one aim, one destiny. Never forget your God. Remember, we live, work, and pray for the establishing of a great and binding racial hierarchy, the founding of a racial empire whose only natural, spiritual, and political limits shall be God and Africa at home and abroad. Because we are descendants of a suffering people. We are the descendants of a people determined to suffer no longer. Many men and women as black as I am, and even more so, had believed themselves white under the West Indian Order Society. I was simply an impossible man to use openly the term Negro, yet everyone beneath his breath was calling the black man a nigger. I had to decide whether to please my friends and be one of the black whites of Jamaica and be reasonably prosperous, or come out openly and help improve and protect the integrity of the black millions and suffer. I decided to do the latter. There is no future for people who deny their past. My foreparents, my grandparents, my mother, my father did not suffer and die to give me an education to slight, oppress, or discourage my people. Whatsoever education I acquired out of their sacrifice of over 300 years, I shall use for the salvation of the 400 million black people of the world. And the day when I forsake my people, may God Almighty say there shall be no more light for you. I unequivocally rejected the racist assumption of much white American Christianity, namely that God had created the black man inferior, that he had intended Negroes to be a servant class, hewers of wood and drawers of water. I predicated my view of man in the doctrine of Imago Dei. All men, regardless of color, were created in the image of God. From this premise followed the equality of all men and the brotherhood of all men. The biblical injunction of Acts 17:26 reminds us that he created of one blood all nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth. I was most interested in brotherhood within his own race, because if Negroes are created in God's image and Negroes are black, then God must in some sense be black. If the white man has the idea of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. We have found a new ideal. Because whilst our God has no color, and yet it is human to see everything through one's own spectacles, and since the white people have seen their God through their white spectacles, we have only now started to see our God through our own spectacles. We believe in the God of Ethiopia, the everlasting God, and we shall worship him through the spectacles of Ethiopia. Do you know what it is to be a man? To be a man is to bear resemblance of the Creator, the image of the Creator. If you are conscious of the fact that you are created in the image of the Creator, then you are a man. Man is a religious being. That is to say, you must have some kind of belief. Call it superstition or not. Some of us make our God the God of fire. Some of us make our God a God of water. Some of us make our God a God of elements. And others of us accept the Christian belief. Religion is something we cannot eliminate from his system or destroy in him. Therefore, it is folly for any man to go about attacking another man's religion, because to him it is fundamental. You may be a Christian, you may be a Mohammedan, that is your religion. We are entitled to our own religious beliefs.
Some of us are Catholics, some of us are Baptists, some of us are Presbyterians, and we deem it a right to adhere to our own particular belief. The white world has always tried to rob and discredit us of our history. They tell us that Tutankhamun, the king of Egypt who reigned about the year 1350 BC, was not a black man, that the ancient civilization of Egypt and the pharaohs was not of our race. But that does not make the truth unreal. History of impartial mind knows that we once ruled the world, when white men were savages and barbarians living in caves. Thousands of our professionals at that time taught in the universities of Alexandria, then the seat of learning. Ethiopia shall stretch forth our hands unto God, and princes shall come out of Egypt. No black man shall be truly respected until the race as a whole has emancipated itself through self-achievement and progress from universal prejudice. He has to build his own government, industry, art, science, literature, and culture before the world will stop to consider him. Until then, we are but wards of a superior race and civilization and the outcasts of a standard social system. Back in the days of slavery, race mixture and miscegenation had occurred because the African woman had no protection from the slave master. So there is no need today for black people to themselves freely continue a practice that smacks so much of slavery. One of our problems historically is that we have always been reacting to initiatives taken by other people. You cannot depend upon another race to free you. That is a basic law of human existence. I came into the Caucasian culture at a time when the white man still had a need for the black man's labor. I preached and penetrated the mass black man's consciousness to such a degree that the white man felt threatened by me being capable of commanding so much black time and attention. Whites find it hard to sit idly by and let this black man take their slave labor away, especially back to Africa. Who then would bear the white man's burden? I feel that my blood shall pay that remission for which future generations of our race shall be declared free. Freedom of action, freedom of opportunity are things we need, which I believe can only be gained after we shall have established an imperial power to command the respect of other races and nations. Thoughts bring vile actions to vile people living in vile times. You could not tell me in the 1920s that 80 years later the world would be infested with neutron bombs, AIDS, drugs, homelessness, terrorism, laser beams, and visible nuclear devastation. However, were I alive today, I would still recommend the same remedy for my people's upliftment. Self-esteem, self-respect, and self-reliance in a world gone crazy with individualism. I never taught racism, but rather dignity and pride in one's race. With God's dearest blessings, I leave you for a while. One love.